Hello everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, depending on where in the world you're watching this from. Welcome in, everyone. It's cold. Yeah, it's cold everywhere. I think there's a big storm coming. I know some of my work colleagues are like, I hope we can make it into work and we don't get snowed out, but hi everyone. Hello. Good to see you. Yes, I am wearing a 15-year-old Vanguard glove. Yes, I am. Two of them, in fact. Um, Took long enough. I'm now trapped in a snowstorm with rain and granite. Yeah, it's 12:57. It is 6:57 here. Um Oh, I see a Megmon in the chat. Thank you to Yuki for being over on the Twitch chat, and to Brady, Ali, Iron Fist, Meg, and Desmond there on the YouTube chat. Also Yuki and Desmond. Thank you. I'm doing much better. This stream was meant to happen yesterday, so I'm very sorry for missing it. But I caught a really bad stomach bug, and well, my stomach was obviously, not in the mood to be doing this. But I'm feeling better now, so I thought we could do this. And yeah, this will be a Navimon X roleplay cross AppFusion. That so don't eat the yellow snow, please don't. Nobody eat the yellow snow. Was Stingmon the bug? I think so. Well, I'm oof, oof. Did I have worms? Possibly, but let's not get into that. No. Anyway, yeah, so this I can't flip the camera source around. I don't know why. It won't let me. So, unfortunately, everything's just going to have to be upside down. Ooh, Stranger Things. I tried to flip the camera around, like if I go into transform, it will not let me flip the camera so you guys can see it as I do. So I'm gonna have to be like taking the notebook up a couple of times and flipping it around and just showing you as we go. These were a couple of concepts I had off screen. So this is kind of the framework we're gonna be working in. I want to pull up as we're going, like, I don't want it to lean too close into like Dogachimon territory, but there might be one or two design decisions from that I might take. Wormmon figure, yeah. Isn't he cute? And I also have a little Navimon keychain. So, he's been my goat since day one. I actually think that this was a gift, actually, from Yami, who used to frequent in the chat. But, yeah. So, but he's about the same scale as the Wormmon. So, my partner Digimon and my buddy Appmon. So they are here for moral support, along with this little acrylic standee. So yeah, like, kind of the aim of all of this is in the video description down below if you're watching the YouTube version, but to kind of go through what we'll be doing here. Do the Logitech properties not come up? Oh, okay, hold on. Let me see. Flip vertical. Oh, okay, yeah, that'll do. Okay, I guess it's just the Logitech camera. I mean, it's not the same, but it will do. It's not It's not upside down, I suppose. So that will have to do. Why rotation data from... No, okay. You know what? That's fine. That will do. At least it's right side up, right? That will do. Um, um, so basically, so here's how this is going to work. We're going to take my two favorite standard grade Appmon, right? So Navimon, obviously, as the base, because Navimon would be my Buddy Appmon. And then we're going to fuse it with Ropuremon, or Roleplaymon if you prefer. And I think I will use that because Ropure just sounds like I'm saying rope play, and that's a whole different topic that I do not think we are equipped to cover. So we're gonna take Roleplaymon as kind of like the fusion partner, and create a new super level Appmon. We're gonna draw this out with actual pens, pencils, maybe a bit of MS Paint just to kind of fine tune things. I don't really know yet. It'll still be better than any AI slop just because it's handmade. You get to see my amazing talent in action. And but anyway, we're gonna take the final we're gonna take the final kind of concept that we come up with to Reiko. Reiko's kind of gonna flesh it out for me, and then we're gonna take that fleshed out mon into the next video and fuse that with another super Appmon to create the Kiwami grade, etc., etc. So hand slop is much better than AI slop, so you know, I do not care. I do not care that my drawings suck. At least I did them. So then yeah, we're gonna rinse and repeat basically until we have the god grade. There are only two rules that I really have in mind for this, right? There are two rules. One, outside of the combinations that we create, I'm only allowed to use existing Appmon. So no fan head cannons, no other mons that I might create later or that others have created or anything. There has to be an existing framework as part of it. And the second rule is that any existing power structure does not carry over. And I think that's just more so in the interest of fairness for this, to not just make something completely broken. So what I mean by that is the Roleplaymon that's going into this fusion will not be a 7-code Appmon. Think of it in the same way that not every Omegamon is a Royal Knight. Okay, same kind of idea. So this is just a Roleplaymon. It's not based on the one. Well, yeah, I suppose you only have really one source, but it's not intended to be similar to the one from the show. It's not a 7-code. I'm not going to be able to use it later to summon Dantemon, much to my own chagrin and upset, because I love Dantemon, as you all know. But I just feel like that's kind of keeps it balanced, So those are now we might chop and change things as we go along. We might make allowances for one thing, or if it really works. I don't know if we're going to create a whole ass lore for this, but it's just, this is something I wanted to do last year. I never made the time for it, and I just wanted it to be one of the projects that we do for 2026. Um, Channel members will, of course, get the progress of the fine tuning of the design we come up with as it's being made. So channel members will see that first. And then when we go into the second video, we'll have a proper reveal for the full design, and then we can work on what to build in for the next for the Kiwami. So I think that's the most fair way of going about everything. And that's just kind of consistent. I've always done that with new artwork, things like that. I've just members have always gotten to see it first before it goes live. So it's just that consistency and that just little bit of extra thank you on my part. So hi. All right, well look, let's get into it. Let me pull up the images of our main mons, and then I'll kind of go through my thought processes on these. I'm leaning into like 1 or 3 here for the head, but we'll kind of look at things, and I'll kind of talk through my thought processes as we get there. So let me just grab the images here, and I'll throw them up on screen. Now I am also gonna have an image of Dogachimon up because I don't want to lean too heavily in that direction either, but there is one design decision from Dogachimon that I want to keep if possible. There is one design decision from Dogachimon I want to keep if at all possible. So, so let me just grab that as well, and then we'll kind of get going. I might have to get a different image of Dogachimon outside of the official one to kind of show what I want to do, but I think the official art will work for the time being. And then if we need to reference something later, we can kind of come back to it. So, oh, actually, you know what? That Appmon chip artwork will do nicely. Actually, yeah, the app chip artwork will do nicely for what I want. Okay. So, to answer Brady's other question of will it become a Pokemon Go Monster Hunter now type of app? Yeah, see that I'm not sure yet. We'll kind of work on that as we go, because I have a couple of we'll get there. This will probably get a bit cringe as we go. I'm gonna be honest. This will probably get a bit cringe. Roleplaymon sounds a bit kinky and oh god, yeah. Only racist in having in enunciation because it sounds like I'm trying to mimic like a Japanese accent by Ropuremon. But yeah, kinky rope play. Yeah, Shibari. If you're into Shibari, I mean, who isn't? But this is not a Shibari stream. If you've come here for Shibari, you're on the wrong place. So no, actually, not the street jacket. Hey, Corvidae, welcome in. So let me So we want... I'm probably actually just going to have to move the magic mirror. I want it above the sound alerts that come in, but there is probably best. And we'll drag that like there. Okay. So jeez, that's a big image. I did not. Oh boy, that is big. Digimon don't even get official art this big. What the fuck? What the fuck, Dio? Okay. So this is what we're working with, right? And I'm just gonna shimmy myself down a little bit. There we go. Can we have a Crunchyroll Appmon? The Appmon are so chibi, and that okay. So I want to touch on that, right? Because my brain, because I am not an artist, does not know how to do that, and this is why I'm going to have to rely on an actual artist like Reiko to do it, because so this was, well, I was kind of compiling things. I had a couple of different ideas. I kind of stuck to like this helmet where you've got like the Navimon head, but like the Roleplaymon, face and mouth and whatever, right? And I wanted these like, I was thinking of like this big fantasy novel cape, right? Because Roleplaymon, funnily enough, reminds me of Kingdom Hearts Cloud, just with the spiky hair and the cape, right? And then like the black outfit. I kind of get it. Always gives me like Kingdom Hearts Cloud vibes. But it's also like the 30th anniversary of like the Slayers. So I've had Lena Inverse on my mind for like a couple of weeks now, right? And if you're not familiar, let me just get a picture up here of Lena Inverse. Let me just get a picture of her up here, right? That image would have been fine if it wasn't so small. Oh, yeah, that'll do. Open image in new tab. Save. Okay. So for those who might not be aware of the Slayers anime, right? This is its main character, right? But she has these, right? She has this fantastic cape, right? But these big fuck off like fantasy pauldrons, right? And I kind of love that, right? So what I was thinking of, just bring this image back. There we go. Right. So when I was thinking of it, right? So that's where like these big pauldrons came from, right? But the idea I had was like, you see what like Navimon's head, right, is like this big arrow, right? Obviously, because navigational app. So he's got this big arrow on his head, right? And that's what I was thinking for like the pauldrons here, where they would be these these thick black, like maybe black Digizoid or whatever the like Appmon equivalent would be, right? But and obviously I was just kind of in reference then to like Roleplaymon's like black outfit. But it would also have these green sort of arrows going through them to kind of keep the reference going. And I didn't know if that was like a bit much or if it was a bit too on the nose. So I've just kind of been spitballing a couple of ideas in preparation for this stream to kind of think, oh, what do I want to do? Like, what way should this Appmon be like like put together? Um, but yeah, that was just kind of one of a couple of ideas I had. Um, so that kind of came through. My problem is, and obviously the red is for like obviously Navimon's like arms or Roleplaymon's cape or whatever, right? So that's where the red comes from. Um, and then you have like a navigational marker as the clip for the cape. So that was kind of the idea I had. The problem I had when I kind of looked at this as a whole, I cannot do chibi art to save my life. So the design we make is probably going to be full bodied, and then we'll have to work at shrinking it down and making it a bit more chibi. I was also getting vibes of I think, is it the Great Saiyaman from Dragon Ball? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Is it the Great Saiyaman? Um, yeah. And that wasn't what I intended. Um, but then once I saw it, I was like, oh, what have I done? It's not a bad base if I want to lean into like a Sentai thing. Let me just swap out the photo of Lena here for a second. Where did my photo of him go? I thought I saved it. Save image as. Oh, it's what the hell is an AVIF file? What the fuck, Dio? What the um Okay, so Streamlabs, or sorry, OBS here doesn't support AVIF files. So bear with me here. Let me get another one. Yeah, okay. I think this is someone's fan art. Pinterest is telling me this comes from DeviantArt. So you see what I mean though? Let me get rid of the let me get rid of roleplay here for a second. You see what I mean though? It started giving me Great Saiyaman vibes, and I was just like, oh, I am not enough of a Dragon Ball fan to kind of want to lean into that. So maybe we don't do the fantasy cape. Maybe we don't. But I mean, it really all depends on how the body turns out, right? Again, this is all kind of pre-planning and spitballing. I don't really have a plan going into this, but you know, we'll work on it as we go. But I just thought it was funny because let me get these out of the way for just a quick second and go back. Like, I was very clearly Sentai inspired for this one. There's something of like yeah, using like the Navimon head arrow and turning it into something like a Time Force helmet, and then you've still got like the road map lines like underneath it. Then oh yeah, ditching the do-rag first. Yeah, that was first and foremost. But I love Sentai helmets with lips on them. I know that's a controversial opinion. I know that is a controversial opinion, but I love Sentai helmets with lips on them. So I kind of wanted to keep Roleplaymon's like stitched mouth as part of like the facial structure for this one. Time Ranger, yeah. Um I think that there's probably another one that kind of has this same idea, but I did have like this Sentai influence as I was putting it together. Like I started over here. Funnily enough, I started over here. This was a blank spot, just page, and then I started over here. I haven't come up with a name for this thing yet. This is all attribute game power 7500 app name Navi. I don't like that that is all subject to change based on what we do. Um but and then I was kind of looking just at different like ideas. So maybe a headband, and you can see here on this one, it's got like a helmet. Like I kind of wanted to keep something more of Roleplaymon's design with like this headband thing that he's wearing. But also like give it like the but also give it like this kind of like Street Fighter Ryu, again, almost kind of Lena inverse headband. It's just it flutters in the wind, like maybe like Kazuma from the Great Ace Attorney. I like that one as well. I think the markings could also pull double duty since they kind of look like magic line art. Yeah, see, that was the other thing, and that's a very good catch, Corvidae. I was also getting Xenoblade vibes, and I was thinking like ether lines from like Xenoblade Chronicles as well. A red V with the gem in the middle. Well, the gem in the middle was to keep the gem from Roleplaymon's helmet. So the V here on this one is meant more so for Navimon's head, but then the gem was meant to be the carryover from Roleplaymon's headband. So I just kind of wanted to, integrate as much of the designs and not lose one over the other. But I also, and I brought him up earlier, so let's bring him up on screen now. I also didn't want to lean too heavily into just doing Dogachimon, but I am keeping this idea of the navigational mark swords, because if like my navigational monster is integrating with a fantasy roleplay monster, I think having a magic sword is kind of required. And I played with the idea. I don't really have any sketches of it. No, actually, those are I don't really have any sketches for like the idea that I had. I don't think I do anyway. No. Okay. So the one idea I did have was like it would start off like something similar to like the Master Sword, and then kind of go like maybe like a reverse Bleach kind of thing, where then it would turn into something reminiscent of the Buster Sword, and then maybe something like Sephiroth's sword or Ichigo's, his Bankai, something like that. Navigator shields, yeah, I did toy with a shield idea as well. Well, mentally anyway. I never got around to sketching anything out, but I do want to keep the sword idea from Dogachimon. The street jacket, not so much. I don't think it's thematically fitting. What about having the V of the helmet angle to look more like a beak or something, or be like a helmet or nose piece, like some of the Final Fantasy Dragoon helmets? Okay, hold on. Let's have a look. It's a good shout. I'm using Meg's model capture software today just because I needed the camera for this. So I might jump around as I type. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. A Dragoon class would also work for like the fantasy idea. It would also give it this kind of hunter look to it, which I don't hate. AJ can now jump. She can. Well, and oh, so do my titties. Okay. Let's see. Try the. Okay, let's have a look at the FF14 Dragoon. Let's see. Oh, okay. So that okay. When I typed in Final Fantasy Dragoon, this image has been everywhere. So must be this one. Um. Why does it have to be a WebP file? Motherfucker! Why I hate all these new image file types. I really do. Um. Okay, there we go. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, I don't dislike that idea. Um Curious about something now. Ah. Yeah, the Bravely Default Dragoon outfit is maybe not for a super grade Appmon. Maybe not for a super grade. Um it could work maybe as a potential Kiwami or God. I will say that though. Just for reference. Swear to God, these files that like whoever invented some of these whoever invented the avif file needs to step on a Lego. Oh, it's so small. Yeah, like that something like that could work for like a god for like a Kiwami or god, but maybe not for a super. Take the helmet, make it smaller for less dragon snout. Okay, well, yeah, we can take a look at that. So let me bring the other image back up. Probably gonna be giant now. Watch. Yarp. Okay. So then let me just shimmy this down below the camera. There we go. Okay. Right. Let's open up the pencil case. The fuzzy pencil case is filled with like actual pens, so I don't want to commit anything to pen that I can't erase if we get kind of a better idea as we go, or if we want to draw over something. But hey, an eraser. Remember those? Over here we call them rubbers, which is very confusing when my American friends have heard me call it that for the first time. um. Okay then. Omega V, welcome in. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. All right. So, all right. Well, look. Obviously, we'll turn over and see what we can do here. Right. So, okay. So hold on. Corviday saying, look up the FF14 Dragoon level 60 for a different take. Probably have to simplify the armor, but that's the snout I was talking about. Okay. Hold on. Let's see here. FF14 Dragoon level 60. Let's have a look. Oh, that's a big boy. Oh, that is a big boy armor. Oh. Okay. Wow. Okay, even chibified within 14, that's kind of nuts. Let me just put it up on screen here for people. Like, Jesus. Like, even chibified, that is... Oh, wow, there's so much happening here. Ooh. Okay. I do appreciate this input, though. Okay. That's, like... Right, hold on. Let me see if I can get a side view of it. Just no, with these chibis, everything is just kind of dead on. All right, let's have a look at... Oh, okay. You know what? Look, we'll that might be we might have to keep that idea for maybe the super, or sorry, the Kiwami. Yeah, we might have to keep that idea for maybe the Kiwami or the God. I think that might be a bit too much for the super. Heavily simplified, yeah, for sure. Right, well look, let me get our base forms back up on screen. So where's he gone? Yeah. Why does it spawn in so big? Okay, there we go. Well, I'm just gonna leave him there so you guys can actually see the page I'm drawing on. Also, I grabbed some Yu-Gi-Oh cards before I started. They are the hero, the Rush Duel Hero starter deck I got a while ago. Because I was like, depending on what way we lean into this, like there's some good, just genuine like warrior or hero designs within these, like more traditional, like medieval Eastern European heroes, flashy sci-fi heroes, um, cybernetic dragon beasts. That could be an Appmon by itself. Look at it. Um, or just. I figured there might be some inspiration we could pull from there. You know, um, if we got to a stage where it's like, oh, this is good, but there's something missing, just something we might be able to pull a bit of inspiration from. So, um, but can somebody tell me what does Pot of Greed do? Ain't I a stinker? Okay. Um. So. All right. Well, look. Let's see then. The helmet on that last one. This guy. Hey, no bonking. Yeah, no, it's a good. Like the guy just looks like Neos. Like he looks like if Neos was RoboCop. If Elemental Hero Neos was RoboCop, that's what this guy would looks like. Although I do appreciate that the guns are giving me Adamus vibes. I do appreciate that. Okay. So let's see then. Okay, let me pull up that, not this chibi image of the dragoon. Let me pull up the other one and see if there's some sort of compromise idea, or if maybe we should stick to the Sentai helmet style idea. I think this needs to. There we go. And you, my friend, need to shrink and maybe just come down here so you're not blocking the chat. Yeah. Okay then. Mm. So, okay, let's see then. We want to let's see about taking this idea head on first. What do these? Because if I get an idea of what this is going to look like head on, it will make doing side profiles easier. So let me have a look here again, just as a. Um, what is a Dragoon of Darkness? And why is she hot? Okay. My God. Hold on, I have a WebP file here I need to convert. Makes the red V into horns or something. Yeah, that's not a bad shout, honestly. Gooning at the darkness. I'm not wrong though. Although, like, the Google result says Dragoon of Darkness, but honestly, it looks like a goth. Christ, I'm not up to spec on my FF14. Um, Milok Milokte, is that what they're called? Milok. Milokte, is that it? So, just they didn't. They did. Okay. So this is the one I seen that's just that like the Google image search has it called Dragoon of Darkness. I don't know if that's just maybe somebody's OC or what. Someone's Shadowbringers character, the players get a Warrior of Darkness title during the expansion for plot reasons. Oh, okay, that could be it then. Um, Especially compared to like actual female dragoon. Um, yeah, someone's player character glammed. Makes sense. The like I'm not up to speed on it, but from what I understand about FF14, its character customization is, off the charts. Just in terms of like how much freedom it gives you. Right. Okay, so how do we Mikote, that's the one. Okay, they are not far enough off the screen, so let me. There we go. That's perfect. Right. And lame, the female armor has less armor. Yeah, well. So. Hey, Theron, good to see you. Okay, so let's see then. Where did I go before? So if we take the Navimon V bit and maybe curve it off a bit, right? So maybe if we curve it off a bit, so still get the right. I need the eraser already. Again, like I will be having like I will be like commissioning this to a actual artist to fine tune later, so it doesn't have to be 100%. But if I can narrow down a lot of any of the design specifics early on, I think that's just going to help everyone. So Questmon. Okay, so naming conventions. Here's the thing, right? I have not come up with a name for this thing yet, simply because I was trying to think of it, and Questmon is actually a very good shout, Theron. I might actually have to borrow that. Um, so here's the thing, right? Just before we get into like where to go from here, I'm thinking like, do we spike it out more, or maybe we actually do bring in Roleplaymon's hair a bit more? You know, everyone loves a good flowing mane, right? Or long hair if we go the female route, right? If so, I had this idea a while ago, right? About a tamer, or in this case, Apply driver or something, or someone, right? Who and I guess it maybe like I guess it's I wanted it something to be I wanted it to be something people could relate to. So I like the idea of like having an open map, right? And the idea of going on this like big adventure, but feeling directionless, like in life itself. And I think like having like I think the idea of the juxtaposition of a tamer, let's just use the word tamer just for simplification's sake. Like of a tamer who's kind of with it, maybe doesn't have to be a pro tag, maybe doesn't have to be the second in command, but just kind of feels kind of wistless, doesn't really know what to kind of do with their lives. But they end up with the navigation Appmon, whose like I suppose goal it would be is to help them like find their path, map out their path in life, right? Um but then so then the app fusion partner, or the buddy that would go with that, would be someone who's all about taking on roles and going on adventures, and like the love of JRPGs and like the stories they tell and stuff like that, right? So I thought it would be a really fun idea to have kind of these you can tell I'm trying to like get the pen to point at what I mean, but it's not really working, right? So I think the idea of these two merging into something like a Questmon, Um, that was really always the idea I had for this. Um, the god it's the funny part is I haven't got a design worked out, but I already know what name I want the god grade to be. Athenamon. The goddess of wisdom, the goddess of the hunt. And I think and I feel like there's some really fun things we could do to get from Navimon to this quote unquote Athenamon. Also, I wanted to keep with the I wanted to keep in with the pantheon naming of the Appmon god grades, where they are the Greek equivalent to the Roman Digimon Olympus 12, or is that the other way around? Whatever. I kind of wanted to keep in theme with that. So Minervamon is taken, but Minerva is also known as Athena. Or Pallas, right? Pallas was another idea. Pallas was also an idea. But I'd probably take out the H, so it would be more like Atenamon. So that was, so that's kind of where I wanted to. That was kind of where I wanted to end up. But getting there is, oh, starting the journey is always the hardest part, and that's what a lot of this is for. Yeah, Appmon Greek, Digimon Roman, exactly. Thank you for confirming. So I'm like, wait, do I have my mythologies mixed up? Do I? No, no, I'm pretty sure I'm right. So the Appmon gods being the Greek equivalents to the Digimon's Roman Olympians. There's just something fun in that as well. And since Minervamon was taken, well, let's go with Athena. Or Hectate if you want to lean into the magic more, or just go outside the Greek entirely and go Morrigan. Yeah, see, okay, so here's right. So Irish mythology was something that came to mind as well. I just didn't like. I didn't know if it would work as well within the context of keeping the parallels, you know? But again, it can all be workshopped. Like Athena is an idea, it's not set in stone. So it really kind of depends on maybe as we're doing this, if it's a big ol' if it's a big old brainstorming session, as Theron mentioned earlier, things could change. I haven't given it too much thought, simply because, well, I have and I haven't. I haven't given it, like, I haven't committed to anything. So I'm not I don't want to be I want to be malleable about this, and if I get new ideas, I don't want to be in a situation where it's like, "Oh, but we've already done this and we can't do that." So, I want to try and be as malleable about this as possible and just make the whole just I'm now imagining her with purple hair. Sorry, son. uh, yes, I did have that thought process as well. I'm like, oh, the Athena armor as the god? Okay, maybe we could work with that, but obviously I don't want to lean too deeply into that either. The same way I didn't want this version to look like the Great Saiyaman. I don't want to lean too heavily into the Saint Seiya Athena either. So okay. Anyway, look, let's get back to it, because like we've been at this for an hour and all we have for it is a curved arrow. So, okay. So look, if we were to like, well, I do like the I do like the dragoon idea. I do like the dragoon idea because I do have a penchant for dragons, and you know, there is a very dragonic part of me that has been locked away from a past life. So sometimes you can take the girl away from the dragon, but you can't take the dragon out of the girl, you know? So maybe this was fated. Maybe this is the way it was always meant to be. um okay. But anyway. So one thing, right? So look, just because we have this image of the female dragoon on screen. One thing I do want to do, one thing I do want, like if we stick to this as like kind of the helmet base. So let's just say, um, right. So this is like the snout of the helmet, right? So the face would come out from like here, right? Something like that, right? I Because this is going to be chibified, I honestly think keeping Roleplaymon's stitched mouth is a 10 out of 10 idea. Because it's only a super, right? It's not meant to be like look at all like outside of Mienumon, right? There's not really many like overtly sexy super grades. They're kind of goofy. They're kind of they're they'd be cooler if they were taller. There's kind of an inherent that's adorable, but would probably look like a badass if it was like, full sized. Um um oh yeah, but like I don't know, maybe it's cuz she's like a fox girl or something, but I don't think Effectmon doesn't do it for me personally. Um but Effectmon is a good call to like, but but also proves my point. Like Effectmon is kind of cute because she's so chibi. But if she had like Angemon proportions, or got Angelwomon proportions, she'd be sexy AF. But because she's truncated into this tiny little chibi kind of cartoonish almost body, it's just like, that's adorable. So uh maybe a mouth guard so you don't openly see them speak. Yeah, mouth guard. Tharn, you weren't here for the start of this. So these were some concepts I had off screen. So this one is meant to be more like a Sentai helmet. But the Navimon roadmap elements carry over as kind of like magic lines, which Corvidae picked up on like immediately. Um, but because it's based on a Sentai helmet, I wanted to incorporate Roleplaymon's mouth as the lips on the helmet. Um, this one was based a bit more on this one was taking maybe more Roleplaymon, in that it was kind of more of an old knight idea. Like if you take the big V off the front of this, it just looks like he's wearing like a regular helmet, like from medieval times. This one I tried to implement the two ideas. It came out looking a bit not Pidmon. What's the new Angel Digimon that they released like a while ago along with Archangemon or Archaiangemon? Kind of it was kind of like it ended up looking a bit like that mixed with like the Toad from Super Mario. um this one was a bit too Clockmon for my liking. Luxmon, that's the one. Thank you. Um but this one came out a bit too Clockmon for my liking, and I'm like, oh well, maybe if this one's a Sentai helmet and you do the thing, where Sentai helmets break and crack and you see the face underneath, maybe you get something like this. And then this one was like when I tried to this one here is when I really tried to like bring it down, when I tried to chibify it a bit more and bring it down. Try and make it a bit cuter because that thing is terrifying. So I tried to, I just tried to make it a bit cuter. Like old school Clockmon before his redesign in Ghost game. A little bit, yeah. Um, so, and then you can see like on this page when I kind of, because I started on this page, like you can see like name unsure, super, blah 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 blah. But like you can see like the Clockmon idea started out over here, and I was like, oh okay, maybe I'm onto something here. But then when I retooled it back over on the other page, I was just like, no, no, this is just terrifying. We're just not going to go with this. But I don't know why. But trying to mix Navimon's helmet with Roleplaymon's circlet, and then give it a headband. I don't know why. It just keeps giving me Luxmon vibes, and I think it's just the fact that this bit looks like an angel helmet. Like all it's missing is the bolts on either side, and it's basically an angel helmet. So like out of all of these, like these two were my favorite. But Corvidae suggested the Dragoon idea, so we're gonna give it a go and kind of see where we get with it. And this was just again something I had, and I tried to color in to see if it kind of sparked joy, but it ended up looking like the Great Saiyaman. So, uh oh. Anyway, so a mouthpiece, though, I'm not opposed to the idea. Let me just fill in the mouth bit, though. Right. So um that's the Roleplaymon mouth underneath it. But let me just if I give it a mouth guard. The eyes still kind of have to peek out from under here. And I still do like Navimon's like big expressive eyes, but I do wonder if they would get lost under something like this. And then I'm still like we include then like the ether line or just the magic line idea. Now it's looking like oh Christ, that wrestler, what's his name? Um oh Christ, what's his name? Japanese one specifically. Um not Jushin, it's not Jushin. It's not Jushin Thunder Liger I'm thinking of. Jushin Liger. Oh, kind of. Yeah, it's giving Jushin Liger vibes, like that, which I don't hate, but let me just get the. You see what I mean? Yeah, it's just giving Jushin Liger vibes now, and I'm not sure how I feel about this. I don't hate it, but I don't think it's where we want to go. Yeah, I don't think this is where we want to go. Um, it's funny though. It is funny it looked like that. So maybe the mouth guard idea should maybe we need to do away with that. Who he did also have an anime. He did, yeah. Um so yeah, maybe the mouth guard idea just maybe it could be a combat thing. Also, I think the mouth guard idea strays a bit too much into Dogachimon territory. So maybe I don't want to do that, you know? But um then so we want to gonna bring the rest of the head around. And maybe this bit is like maybe we kind of make that like a spike. Oh my god, it's the Green Ranger's coin. I can't get away from it, can I? It's the fucking Dragon Ranger's coin. Um. So. Uh, this is signed. Um. But. So it never leaves the buckler. um. Okay. You know what? Maybe. Let me see something here. Let me just bring him down. Yeah, because that would like that's maybe we don't go with the spike on the head then. It does give it more of this like RPG vibe though. And once it's colored in, it won't look so much like the dragon coin. So and then I'll do a side profile of this because I do like I do want to, I'm gonna be on like I do want to bring in Roleplaymon's hair. Honestly, now that we're kind of in the middle of this, I do kind of want to bring in Roleplaymon's hair. I don't know if I don't want to give him Cloud Strife hair, but a ponytail idea was floated, and I think that's kind of cool. Or like some sort of like flowing mane. So hold on, let me try a side profile here, and then we can kind of move into the body and kind of try and make some progress there. Right, so side profile would be the curvature of the point loops back up into like this that there, and then obviously behind that you'd have the spike we just made, and then from behind that you would see the other curve, right? So something like that, right? Something like that. So if we brought the face down, I feel like I'm not giving myself enough room to work with here. Hold on. So start again. So if we bring that down to this kind of snout thing, but the curvature, there we go, of the point. No. Needs to, yeah, there we go. Okay. Fuck, no. This page is going to be destroyed before I get anything done. Hold on. Like, again, it doesn't have to be perfect, but I need to be able to read it if I'm going to explain it to somebody else. Right. Right. Do you know what? Let's start with the head. Let's just start with the head and work backwards. Maybe that's what we need to do. So And then like from here we can have like the ponytail, right? I will fix it. I will fix it in a moment. I just want to give myself room to think. So then that would go that way. Yeah, then you'd have the spike. Sure, at this stage, why not? Okay, so then side profile, this is where the mouth comes around. And then, so like, then the roadmap splitting off into three could mimic the three bits up here. Whatever, right? Um, and then we have like this big flowy ponytail instead of like. So I do like the ponytail for a few reasons, right? I do like the ponytail idea for a few reasons because initially, if we go back to this version, I was gonna give him like a flow. I was gonna give it like a flowing bandana kind of idea. So instead of the bandana, which might just complicate things here at this stage, having like having something that can flow. Maybe we don't need to give it a cape. Like you could like if this was an anime or if I was writing another kind of story on it, you could do a thing where like the hair tie gets cut in the midst of battle and the hair separates and flows out. There's a couple of avenues you could do. There's a couple of creative avenues you could take a ponytail. So I really do like the ponytail idea. And then maybe I don't know, maybe like the ponytail has like the navigational marker like a clip in it or something. Um so the head was the easy part. Funnily enough, right? The head was the easy part, just based on kind of like my other attempts. Um, Designing a body for this thing is where I'm like, oof. Like if we're leaning into the fantasy idea, then like shoulder pads need to be a thing. But but Navimon is also a ninja, right? Or maybe a shinobi if my version's a girl. I don't know. But either way, you know what I mean. I also don't want to erase that completely. So it's like it's trying to find a nice juxtaposition between the two ideas. What I will do is, though, I will cement this idea in pen. Um, oh, the track lines. And even up here, like, if we wanted, we could, add more of those. Like, depending on whether this is like a headpiece with a crown on the front of it, or just something bolted to the front of the head. You could, if you wanted, well, maybe not. Maybe it's a bit much, but like adding other track lines up here. Okay, did I do that with? No, I didn't. Not with the Sentai head idea. I kind of went a different way with it, but I could, like, once it's colored in, this won't look so naked. So I'm not committing this to pen yet because I think I will want to go back and redo the side profile. There's just something about this a whole bit that isn't sitting with me. So I will probably go back and redo this before the end of the stream, and we'll kind of work out, finalize what the side profile should look like compared to the front profile before I hand it off to Reiko. So a scarf to cover the neck. Right. Here's the other thing. So I mentioned I wanted to kind of keep the idea of like fantasy pauldrons, right? Like shoulder guards. So do we do something, but because we're gonna have the ponytail, I don't, hold on, let me have a look at something, just because, again, I mentioned it's been on my mind a bit lately. Let me have a look at Mr. Gauri Gabriev for a second. Just for a second. So no, his hair, he doesn't have a cloak. He just has armor. He's just an armored boy, and he has big old shoulder pads and a big old chest plate, and I think there is a way. I really do like his season 1 armor a lot more, so let me save that and pull that up. Just as, because I don't think we need the big Dragoon art on screen for the moment, so. Nope. Shimmy that there for a sec. So, no cloak, right? And I do, like, if we do have something where that ponytail can, like, it'll do the tropey thing of acting as like a headband or a scarf in one context, but then if the headband or if the hair tie is severed or something in battle, and the ponytail explodes into big flowing golden locks like this. We don't need to give him a cape, right? So we don't need to give him a cape. Something to cover the neck, though, I'm still on board with, because it has to be chibi, right? And chibis, if chibis are just a head on some shoulders, they're a lot cuter. So we kind of also do have to keep in mind that while this drawing will probably end up full scale, it is going to have to be shrunk down, and we kind of need to keep those ideas in mind and simplify where we need to. So So I don't think it's bad taking inspiration from what's come before, so long as you don't like directly trace it, you know? But anyway, so we don't need to give, the point is we don't need to give him a we don't need to give him a scarf. He's fine. He's fine without a scarf. Or no, not a scarf, a cape. Edna Mode is happy with your decision. Well, that's what it's really about, isn't it? That's what it's really about. So, all right. So, so do we? Maybe I need a better. Maybe I just need a picture of Navimon from another angle. So hold on a sec. I have so many tabs open from looking for dragoons, but bear with me there. But then again, I mean, Lena, like her, like most popular outfit is flowing long red hair and a big purple cape also strapped to her shoulders. So it's not that like we couldn't do a cape, but I don't know if it needs one. I don't know if this design needs a cape. I'm so tempted though. But I don't want to lean too much into the Roleplaymon side of things. Like this should be Navimon with some Roleplaymon additions. It shouldn't be Roleplaymon takes over Navimon's like state, you know, his entire look. So let me just grab no. Oh yeah, this art will do. This art will do nicely, as well as this one. So right? So do we just give him like a little neck scarf thing? Maybe bring in the cape when it's taller. Yeah, like maybe a cape for like the god grade for the Kiwami would be good. Oh, good night, Ali. Have a good night. Thank you for stopping in. And then I want to get rid of, not get rid of, but I want to swap out that image of Gowry we had for this. So look at, right, so this is Navimon's like from like I love this one at the bottom. It looks so tough and so fierce. I love that here. Oh, the neckerchief evolving into a cape. I love that idea. I love that idea. Just make it longer. Yeah. And then it kind of flares out for the next stage. Ooh, that is a beautiful idea. Turn the lights off. That is such a good idea. Ooh, come on, baby, turn the lights off. Okay, and this is what, like, see this top profile, this is where I was like getting the idea of having the track lines on the top of the head as well. Because like even if like if you look at it from like this image's perspective, he does kind of have a mouth guard. It's just made up of the track. It's just made by the track lines. It's not like an extra piece of armor that's going over his face. Ah, see there. This side profile here. That's what I was looking for. I need like this will be a nice frame of reference for when I redo the one bloody here on the page. That'll be a nice like kind of frame of reference for how to base everything out correctly. I'm not too worried about drawing it from the back, unless there's some sort of specific detail that I'm asked for. But now I'm actually wondering, hold on. Ah, no, it's not where I wanted to go. Oh, we don't. Roleplaymon does not have the same like um, there's no like profile or sketch art for him. There's just images from the coloring book and this tiny little figurine. Aw. Damn. Okay. Well, that's fine. We'll have to make our own fun, which is fine. Um but even then the images from both of those coloring books, both of those coloring book pages, they're the same art. They are the same artwork. So, because he's not an important character, I guess. Shame. He's a good boy. He just wanted his video game to do well. He wanted his video game to succeed. So, but now I'm also wondering, like, do we add on like kind of like these like headphone things? to them both. You know what I mean? I still haven't decided on what goes in here either. I still haven't decided whether that's like the V from Navimon or the gem on Roleplaymon's circlet or like both. I think was there an idea for the Toei artwork? Is there something in there? Yeah, let me go back. Oh shit, there it is. Okay, cool. Oh, that's really helpful actually. I mean, he won't be sticking around long in on our setup, but those are good references to be able to pull from. Those are good references to be able to pull from. Was there an idea floated earlier where we could do kind of like the V from Navimon's thing and maybe put the circlet like on it or in it? So like the gemstone, like could the gemstone go there? Oh wait, you guys can't see what I'm drawing. Shit, hold on. There. Where's the camera gone? So or maybe we put the just the gemstone there and then the V kind of goes into it. Something like that. Oh, now I'm getting Yu-Gi-Oh! Silent Magician vibes. That's interesting. That wasn't what I was intending. Maybe something like that? Anyway, look, we'll come back to this idea later. Let's work on the body. Let's work on the body. So, I'm just gonna save that. Actually, just so I have it for my own reference later. Right. Okay. So Jesus Christ, Dogachmon, how many app chips do you need? Um Okay. So I don't want to lean too heavily into Dogachimon's design. It's just a shame his sketches actually aren't as detailed, but I think there is some useful Actually, there's not really anything outside of like a scaling thing with Haru. There's really nothing interesting on the Dogachimon sketches we can kind of lean into. Um, so okay. You like what I have here? Okay. This thing? Yeah, we can lean into that then. I'm gonna redo this later because I want to make these skinnier and not as chunky. I'm still 50-50 on the side things, but I feel like that's something we can work on. That's something we can work on later. I haven't committed the side things to pen yet, so they're not an overall requirement of the design. So, all right. So, body wise, though, give me. I will need Dogachimon though, just for scaling purposes. That said, Dogachimon plus Raidramon is sick. Like drawn out like that. But it's not fit for our purposes. I don't want to think about app links before we've even got the actual monster itself drawn out. So, nope. Okay. Ah, huge. Sugoi Dekai. Look at the tiny little Omegamon. Look at him. Look at the tiny little Omegamon. Okay. So he's really only up here for scaling purposes, right? I'm not leaning into this. This is not going to influence the design in anything other than just, oh my god, how do I scale these things? So I won't worry about the side profile yet. So let's just have him here. I do like the idea of like let's give him a scarf, right? Let's give him a scarf. Let's give him a scarf or like a longer bandana thing. Right? And then I mentioned the pauldrons idea I had here, right? Where like the pauldrons would be like big like fantasy armor pauldrons, but they would also have the arrows. I just think that's a fun idea. If Appmon appear in Beat Break, what would the higher grades be? CG or traditionally animated? Oh, they'd get the Coachmon treatment. I still feel bad. The Coachmon was like was a super grade, and he was not CG. Coachmon just was not allowed to have the CG treatment. Poor bastard. But I think if Appmon were to show up in Beat Break, I think they would be drawn. I think they would be traditionally animated just to not kill the budget. Right. So then we want we want like like a big like fantasy, like we want like armored pauldrons, right? And then um you're just gonna have to bear with me on this. I am oh yeah, whatever. Right, so arrows into the point. Yeah, I don't see the Appmon getting more budget than the main cast. Also that. Um um so then from here, so we do want to keep like obviously we want to keep some of like Navimon's ninja aesthetic. But I also would lean into Roleplaymon. Let me just get another artwork of him up here so you can see what I mean when I say this. Yeah, it's Toei artwork will do. Um, God, it came out so tight. Right. Navimon, back over there. Ah, too many layers on this screen. Right. So Navimon's got like obviously the map lines on his body, right? But Roleplaymon has like these obviously they're like divots in his armor, right? But so what I feel like we could do, like we don't necessarily have to combine the bodies because you're getting the same general idea. You could take something like where Dogachimon is obviously a lot more armored, just because Gachmon, that's carried over from Gachmon, where Navimon doesn't really have that. So we don't want him to be an armored tiny Omegamon. Oh my god, he's merciful mode colored. Jesus Christ. I can't get away from him. So keeping like the body of either of these. I don't know if I'll keep the wheels though. I'm gonna be honest with you, Chad. I think I will just probably give him proper boots. I'm gonna be honest with you there. I do not think I could justify keeping the wheel feet. Or that might be the other design element outside of the navigational marker swords that we take from Dogachi, where we can give like the traditional boots but make them wheelies. Like that. So I think if we just give him like a regular chibi ass body, well, it's not. I mean, this doesn't. This. Oh God, Roleplaymon's in the way. Um, obviously, it doesn't look. This doesn't look quite chibi. That will be shrunk down once it's drawn properly, or while we're, you know, fine tuning it later. But if we just say off the just right, so the shoulders. So his shoulder would realistically his shoulder would be here, and I can erase this out in a minute, right? So realistically, his shoulder would be here. Um, I know I haven't given him hands. I know. Hands are hard, plus I'm just trying to get the scaling, I guess, before I do anything else, right? So we give him a belt. And we keep the navigational marker thing on the belt. I never noticed Dogachimon had heels. Hey, Taro, good to see you. So then what we want is like just like big old gloves. And I'm not drawing fingers, so I'm just going to ball these up into fists. You have to bear with me on that one. These are not Tailmon paws, or I just suck at hands. Like every good artist, and even AI, we all suck. But yeah. So, but ideally, you would have like the navigational marker sword on the hip. So we'll worry about that when we get to side view, but but yeah, we'll just we'll keep that just right. You know what it's meant to be. It's fine. Um so then I want to keep like the map lines. So I feel like they can come down similar to Roleplaymons, and then we can just kind of expand upon them to make them more Navimon. You know, or go back to the Dragoon idea and kind of figure out like what to place on top of it. But just in terms of the bodysuit, I feel like you know, you have the map lines. Right, just something like that. I know I've drawn it. It looks like a road worker's vest. But just kind of just bear with me, right? Just bear with me. This will I hope look better when we start coloring. Um Right, this is only meant to be proof of concept. It's not meant to be perfect. Um, yeah, something like that, and then maybe another road ether line thing there. Cool, right? And then we still have like the neckerchief, which is just that bit longer, and then that will kind of evolve into a cape as we go further. Monstar! Jeez, how are you doing? Did not see you come in there. How you doing? So obviously, like, the big glove idea is the Mickey Mouse gloves are taken from Roleplaymon here, but we might make them more of like a like like Link, or maybe something more like, I'll retool these in a moment. But maybe we could maybe something like the Golden Gauntlets from Ocarina of Time or something like that. They could, something similar there. But yeah, we have our sword here, and yeah, cool. Then, like, I feel like the legs kind of carry through the same, right? So yes, I suck at anatomy. I am not an artiste. Clearly not an artiste. um but I wonder, like, if we give him like some sort of like, if we lean back into the dragoon idea for a second. Let me pull the dragoon back up on screen just before we proceed too deeply into this. Um See, even there's not really a whole there's not really like a whole lot extra you can do. Like, the kind of curvature here we're using like the navigational marker for, but I don't want to make the navigational marker here like Omegamon's penis covering. You look at that and you tell me it's not. Um, I feel like, give me a yellow coloring pencil here for a second, right? So let's just say we keep this yellow. I can't really go back once I start coloring, so I'm not coloring too lightly. And you'll see it now for a sec. You'll see it now in a sec, right? I know the thing is on screen, right? Um, right? The yellow carrying over is all like for blur that ponytail thing as well, right? Just to signify that. Okay. So where was I going with this? Right. Like, even if we were to take more from this artwork, right? There's not a whole lot we can kind of do, other than maybe scale out the legs a bit. If we want to make it a bit more dragony, right? We could make the hands a bit more claw-like. Bear with me here. I will pop it back on screen in a second. Because, right, so if we make them more like dragoon armor, and then kind of have those like the diamond scales going through things. And then you could like also have them going through the legs of the bodysuit. You get what I mean? But then I would still want oh, also titty. There will be titty here somewhere. We'll make that work. This is going to be a bodysuit, so we'll make titty work here. And I'll work with Reiko on maybe like softening this a bit, making it look less stern. Maybe I don't know, feminizing it somehow. I don't know. We'll work on that. Or we could leave it as is, and then the super that it binds with will be I don't fucking know. I haven't thought that far ahead yet. Navimon or something, and then she just I don't know. Um. Anyway, so similar to the gloves, you want the boots that have like the big right, kind of have like the big fold on them, and then they come down, and then they jut out. And then similar to Dogachimon, we keep the wheel on it to keep it similar to not similar to, but like we'll borrow that from Dogachimon's design because we don't want because this is still meant to be a fusion of these two. It's not meant to be one overtaking the other. So we want to try and incorporate like design elements from both, but also be kind of creative in what else we can do. Like, do I like the idea of like a ninja dragoon or something? Yeah, that could be fun. Right. So just pretend those are scales, right? You don't need to see them on the shoulders here, which I can erase because the shoulders are going to be covered by the big old pauldrons anyway, so you're not going to see those. Um, and then is there room for like an armor chest plate? Like if we give this thing titty, should there be a chest plate to cover it? Or is that too much because we're also including Navimon's scarf and then adding the pauldrons on for the fantasy warrior elements that would come from Roleplaymon? I think a chest plate would be too much. If we're giving him the bandana, if he's keeping the bandana, I think a chest plate is too much. I just think it makes all of this area a bit too busy, especially since we're keeping like the map lines from Navimon's design. Like just like we can like I can draw this up again body wise and we have a head that we're working with, right? But just bear with me here. So if we're like just the dark green bits there, right? To keep the Navimon color scheme. We gotta get in between the map lines. Um, well, I've already borked something because if the map lines are going to be a lighter green, oh, very pale, maybe like a whitish green, right? Similar to Navimon itself. Then this bit shouldn't. Anyway. You know, so something like that. Ooh, a bikini armor idea. That's not awful. Because, like, if we do lean into the Dragoon idea, I actually wouldn't be opposed. Like, I know Ali made a comment earlier, right? But I wouldn't mind having like the Kiwami or the next stage. Yeah, I see what you mean. Where is that image gone? Oh, because I had to convert it. It went to actual downloads rather than my desktop. Right. So, like, I don't mind necessarily if the next stage kind of looks like this, because look at a lot of perfect level Digimon and just how skinful they are, if you catch my drift. Or if we don't want to go completely in that direction, honestly, having something like Martha um from Bravely Default 2 and just keeping like the dragon scales kind of intact on the design depending on what we blend it in with, and then this circlet thing could carry over the design elements that we've done here with like the crest on the head here. So, you know, I think there's a lot of room for things, right? Depending on the app that we fuse into. Or I've really overthought a lot of this. Or I've really overthought a lot of this. Let me have a look at some other super grades. So we have Coachmon, Consolemon, Coordimon, Craftmon, Dezip, Doc, Dusk, Dream, Effect, Gossip, Libramon, Logamon, Logimon, Mediamon, Medicmon, Mianumon, Raidramon, Roamon, Saskimon, Santamon, Scopemon, Sociamon, Sukasimon, Supermon, dun 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 dun. Taromon, Timemon. Yeah, I forgot Timemon is a thing. Tripmon, Uratekumon, Vegasmon, V-Jumpmon, Warpmon, and Weatherdramon. So let me just have a look at a few other designs here to see if maybe I'm overthinking things a little. Libramon, as in library, not the balance of all things. Probably not really a whole lot we can inspire from there. But then I look at Logamon, right? Not to be confused with Lugamon, even though they are very similar, or could be one of those Watchmon, Timemon situations. But um, I'm worried about this thing looking over designed, and then I'm looking at a lot of these super apps, and I'm just like, yeah, okay, yeah, you guys, there is no such thing as over designed when it comes to Appmon, apparently. So, right, where's my browser gone? Right. So, like, I was worried about this guy being over designed for a super level. And then I'm just looking at this thing and I'm like, yeah, you know what? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe there is no such thing as over designed when it comes to Appmon. Maybe the only thing that's really missing from this is that we need to shrink it down to make it a bit more chibi. Um, and then, of course, there's Mienumon, which, you know, I wish he was in the anime. Same. I still don't like that Offmon basically gets to warp evolve. I don't. I really, yeah, I do wish Logamon was in the anime as well. But then they're like, not to, yeah, log Amon, not to be confused with log A, as in log in mon. Um, maybe, yeah. See, like, even helmet wise here, like, that's not too far off like what I was doing initially with this fusion's helmet. Like, that's not too far off realistically. Um, you know, maybe we give it a chin strap or something, but it's, again, it's not too far off. Santamon, Timemon, like, also, is Timemon related to Navimon, or not Navi, to Nanimon because of the future thing here? But also works with Navimon because of the arrow on the head thing. And then we Vegasmon. And yeah, Warp. So, like, Console is one of my favorite designs, though. Honestly, looks like a Splatoon character. It and which one is it? Oh, which one is it that Bramon? No. Oh, Bras and Brain. Braymon. Okay. What's the little squid looking one? Is it? No, it's. Oh, geez. Craft is insane. That's not crafting. Um. Oh, Roa's the bird. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Oh, the thing I'm thinking of is a standard, isn't it? The fucking the squid, the other squid looking thing. If this page would load. Dun dun dun. Add aid auction. Drawmon, that's the one. Like, they're just Splatoon characters. Kiwami and Drawmon, they're just Splatoon characters. Um, but yeah. So, like, I think the important thing here. Why do you get the pizza while I get the crust? Okay, Apoclymon. So, right, let me take that down. And let me just see. Like, I'm not sure, like, what else. Like, if we want to lean into calling her Questmon, I don't know if, like, there's something else that's missing. Like, some other navigational, like, idea. Because right now, purple or black? Purple! Or, yeah, violet. Is brown... Surely there's a black coloring pencil in here somewhere. I have so many. Don't tell me I don't have a black one. Oh, nope, that is the brown one. Gray. Okay, we're just gonna have to. Right. So. If we go with the arrow idea. For the pauldrons. And then the pauldrons get colored in black. Like, what does that do for the rest of the design? Like, are these boots just white? Then, yes, I do have a white coloring pencil. You're not going to see it on the white paper, but you know. Or do do we keep the green, like the bodysuit idea? Right, just bear with me here. Like, we can redraw this. If there's better inspiration, right? So if we just redo all of this. And then you add in your black scales. I'm gonna do them as little diamonds just for the sake of this, right? Anyway, you get the idea. Then, just so we don't lose, right? I do think like the belt needs to be red. Just to not lose that other element from these designs, and maybe instead of maybe in you know, and then like the red V up here would carry over with the nope. Yeah. And he had a green gem. So you know, so something like that. Like I know I know it's not really coming through. I think we just commit this idea to pen. So and then you have that, yeah, you have the red V with the green gem to kind of pay homage to both of their headpieces. I don't know about making the crest silver though. I still feel like a majority of the head needs to be green. Similar to how, like, if you're going from Gatchmon to Dogachimon, the helmet stays red even though the shape changes. Um, so and then you would have the yellow eyes. Now, genuinely, I don't know if it would be funnier to keep Navimon's eyes here or do more like, hey Meg, welcome back. Or do more like Roleplaymon's eyes and just have these little white yolks. I am unsure which would be funnier there. Like so like just bear with me here, right? So we just have the face crest, right? And like if we just redo the head, ignore the purple scribble, obviously, right? But where we do the map lines on this, instead of having Navimon's like piercing yellow eyes, if in here we just had Roleplaymon's no thoughts, head empty eyes, Maybe that's a bit more expressive. Maybe. um um so voice note of 11 minutes of nothing. Yeah, usually tends to be the case. So I'm thinking though, like with this navigation marker here, if like if we just make that yellow as well, just to give it another bit of pop, because right now this bandana is the only bit of yellow on him or her. I don't quite know yet what I'm doing uh gender presentation wise with this, or sex presentation wise with this. There are titty here, but it could go either way. Um um okay. See, but here's another thing. I'm just looking, just because I'm just looking at this, another idea. If we're going with like the armored kind of scaled idea, I don't think he needs the big gauntlets. I keep saying he, but it's because the face is giving it a mouth was a mistake. It wasn't, but oh boy. Um so I think if we're going with this kind of scaled bodysuit look, I did not mean to draw on pen there. Oh well. Um I don't think it needs gauntlets this big. I think the gauntlets can be more in line with like the rest of like the shape of the body. However, however, I do think I'll keep them as is, because when this is shrunk down and made a bit more chibi to maybe look a bit more in line with other super grades, or even like say like Dogachmon himself, when it's shrunk down, I think the giant hands will do a lot for it, like personality wise. I think like big hands do an awful lot for chibier designs. And then when we evolve this further based on what we integrate into it when we get the final design back, um I feel like okay. So when this is made chibier, I think the big boots and the big gloves will kind of pop a bit more. Um I might also work with Reiko to kind of flesh that design element out a bit. Because, like, outside of, like, these being wheels, I'm not really sure if the boots should have any other elements to them. Like just like take Dogachimon as an example, right? He's got these like V's on his boots that are like a luminous blue, and also has like these juts coming out of his knees. I don't want to make it too robotic, but it also doesn't hurt it either. Like if we had these V's in the feet that were like glowing red, just I feel like that might tie in nicely with, again, the red, because we're losing a lot of red from Navimon with the loss of the navigation marker like earpieces, because we've cultivated those into like the big arrow on its head. We've made those a bit more dragony for the fantasy aspect of this. Gonna draw a line down here just to give it a bit of like 3D depth, you know. So I feel like maybe we could keep them. You know, I mean, maybe having um you know, maybe still having the headpiece. Um my perception of, yeah, let's just say that. Let's just argue that. Maybe that's not the worst idea. You know, just keeping that element from the Navimon design also. That way it's still clearly a Navimon base design, but there are elements that have been brought in from Roleplaymon. Um Again, the sword, I love the idea of the navigational marker sword. Here's my other green. Um but like to give that like a handle, I don't know if that's taking too much. Like, yeah, give that a handle, and there you go. That can be fleshed out in the full art, but um, yeah. So let's have a look at something, right? So the sword will probably end up looking something like, get the point, and then you've got the circle for the Google Maps bit. Now this would be an easy trap to fall into, right? This. Just, and then you have like a big energy blade, blah blah blah, right? Sword light come forth, right? Sword of light. Haha, Slayer's reference. Cool. The problem is this is what Dogachimon sword already does. And as much as a cool idea as it is, I don't want to um I don't want to borrow too much from Dogachimon. I want this to be its own thing. I still haven't even figured out where this guy's link cables are, because we're not drawing him from the back. So the link cables are just gonna have to flutter somewhere over there. Right? Um Make the sword round? Um uh like a curved blade? Like a scimitar thing? Is that what you mean? Like keep the circular base with the handle, and then maybe do something like oh, that is not on screen. Like something like that, you mean? Like this. When you said make the blade round, you mean something like this one here I've drawn, where we would keep like the hilt, I guess, the same, but then instead of like a straight sword, it would be something more of another line. Okay. Like that? I mean, I suppose if we were really sticking to the dragoon thing, it would be like a pole arm, right, or some sort of spear. So maybe we could still do the um you could still like kind of do this bit, but then that's like just the tip, and then you have and then you just have like a longer like pole, like a like if I really wanted to lean into the dragoon thing, maybe it's just the Dogachimon idea, but a bit more long range and stabby. Although, if I wanted to keep him ninja, like Navimon is, or Shinobi, I guess, if we go with a female version, I know like Shinobi and ninja are not. Look, you know what I mean. If I wanted to keep it like if I wanted to keep like the more ninja elements from Navimon, maybe these are more like daggers than they are swords. Maybe they're a bit more close range dagger. So and then actually, hold on. That might not be a bad shout. Hold on. So let's just say for argument's sake, right, let's just say for argument's sake, new page, right? Like, say for the super, right? It is just this. Right? It is just this little dagger thing, right? Then for the Kiwami, depending on what we put into it, that evolves into something like give it a tail on the end, right? Maybe that evolves into something more like the Buster Sword. Just bear with me here, right? Spitballing. And then for God, if I do end up going with like the Athena element, let me just see something. You know I said I didn't want to lean too much into the Saint Seiya thing, but bear with me here for a second. Just bear with me here for a brief second. Now, look, I could go a completely different. When we get around to this, I could go through the Irish mythology side of things and do something different. But bear with me if we're sticking with the Athena idea. Just hold on, because I think this is funnier. Not funnier, but I think long-term booking would be hilarious on this one. Oh, it didn't save as a weird file type again, did it? Oh, it didn't. It saved as a JPEG. So where the frick did it go? Oh, okay. So this is Athena's cloth in Saint Seiya, right? And credit to, well, who did Pinterest say drew this? Lady Heinstein on DeviantArt for this rendering of Athena's cloth, right? So in Saint Seiya, this is the goddess Athena's cloth. Do you know what long-term booking looks like? There's a very distinct element of Roleplaymon's design that we did not incorporate into this, and that is the big fuck off golden shield. So, like, if we did lean into something like this down the road, bringing the shield back in, including like its little, like, just like it doesn't like it just like if you just strap a smiley face to the Athena shield, it's basically the same thing. Um I kind of like this idea now. I just like um so like yeah, we could bring the shield back into it for the god grade cuz that's a fun thing about what is it? Like mega evolutions in Pokemon where they always bring back in some sort of like design element from the lower forms in the evolution chain. Like so we've basically been handed on a platter something similar. So like if let's just I'm gonna use Theron's idea of calling it Questmon for the moment, right? So if we take Questmon's little daggers, right? You know, X2 because ninja, right? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Ed, Raphael, yeah, right? Leonardo dual wields, a bunch of other ninjas throughout history, yeah, right? Cool, right? So we have this weird ninja dragoon hybrid thing, right? That dual wields these little navigational daggers. And then when it evolves into its Kiwami form, we get this kind of like Buster Sword idea. And then when we hit God grade, if the Buster Sword, the blade bit detaches, right? And I don't know, insert sword design here, we'll get there, right? I'll just for the sake of this, right? Let's make it like a katana, right? Let's do the bleach thing and have the big sword turn into the skinny sword, right? Um I still think this hilt should always carry forward, but we can navigate that depending we can change that as we go depending on theming and blah 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 blah. Right? It could be Kamina or Sephiroth long. I don't think that matters. Um but then you bring the shield back in. Obviously that's not what the actual design looks like, but you get the idea, right? You get the idea. Um Hey Ben. Why not put the Common Rider helmet on him? I mean, that was one idea. That was one idea. Kind of looks like the Crest of Courage. I mean, it's based on no, not that one. Um, it's just a mock-up of this shield from Ropuremon. Roleplaymon, sorry. I'm not saying rope play. Um, yeah, so it's just a mock-up of this shield. It's just a sun. Like it's just a happy little sun. Um, so um, you know, or to not, or you know, when we get to the god weapons, I don't know. Maybe it does just become a spear. I don't know. Maybe it does. Maybe it does. you know, maybe it does become a spear like this idea, where it's just the dagger, but longer. Really depends on what other super grade I decide to fuse in with the final design. I have a couple of ideas in mind, but it really just depends on how the final design turns out. Like I'm loving I really do kind of think we've hit a nice kind of oh boy. I do think we've hit a nice kind of idea here with this one. Like taking the ninja elements of Navimon and implementing some dragonic or dragoon fantasy elements thanks to Roleplaymon. The idea of taking, let me just grab Navimon's image here, right? The idea of taking the big ol' arrow here, the faceplate bit, and making those more like horns. Well done, chat. Well done, chat, on that one. Because I think that really helped inform the rest of the design. Good God grade. Well, I mean, this is only the super. This is only the super. I don't know what the god is gonna. I don't know what the god is gonna look like yet. That's why this is part 1 super. Oh, and yeah, we need to like add the ponytail to the front-facing design as well. So I guess we'll just have it like sure. I don't know. I'll let Reiko fucking sort that bit out. Yeah. So the link cables, sure. Why not? Um so I think it's come a long way. Like even like the wheel boots were still a thing on this version of it. So I do like that this idea transferred over to the new one. The codpiece thing on the belt, we might, I don't know. I'll work with Reiko on that one. Again, this isn't the final design, it's just a proof of concept. So I'll work with Reiko to kind of fine tune that, colors, etc. If this was the proper scale, I would fix these gloves. If this were proper scale, I'd fix these and make them tighter. But again, when this is chibified, the big gloves and the big boots are going to add some personality to it, I feel. The only other real sort of, let me just Can I do that? I can. Right. So the only other real... I don't want to... I don't want to call them issues, right? But they are just design niggles that I'm unsure of. And our biggest brainstormers have left for the night, I think. So, and I think Twitch chat is dead. Yeah, you live over there, Twitch? Y'all okay? Can I tempt you with some berry juice? Hashtag not sponsored. So okay, so like when I'm working with Reiko on the full art, obviously like I will try and make it a bit more like Consolemon and a bit more like Mienumon. Right? I feel like that can't be under God, Raidramon is so over designed. I don't feel bad about this one now. Um so right, where's my browser gone? Where is my browser source? Right. So, you know, I will try and like make it look a bit more like Consolemon. Or like Mienumon in the face. We'll try, you know, we'll feminize it a bit. The stitched mouth I am starting to have doubts on. I will say that. I think the stitched mouth I'm starting to have doubts on looking at it in full color. Well, I say full, I mean whatever this is. So I am wondering like if this little version of the sketch here where it's mouthless is better for it. I do want what do you think? Maybe wait and see what Reiko can do with the stitched mouth. Reiko will give us nightmares if I let Reiko do a stitched mouth, and you know it. Reiko will give us nightmares. Definitely don't want it too scary though, or it's just Clockmoning it. Right, exactly. Um Okay. Well, so like what am I committing to pen here? The shoulder pads? Am I committing that to pen? With the longer bandana? Then Maybe it's just a matter of giving it like a skinnier waist. Like maybe that's helping already. I don't know. And then the belt with like the codpiece thing. I don't know. That bit might come out of it if we feminize the design a bit. Like we just um right. Okay. So, the last part of this puzzle, I think, unless we're just going to redesign the whole thing from scratch. The last part of this puzzle is, do we keep the head crest white, or do we make it like gold, or do we just make it green like Navimon's, like the rest of him, like just that darker green to contrast the two shades of green on his face, or this thing's face? Or do we make it maybe more of like a silver? Maybe not silver. I mean, black might be fun to go with the scales and the black on the shoulder pads. But what do we think of the headpiece? Would red be too much and then make the little bits behind the gem gold? Okay, hold on. I'll need to redraw it because I've already colored this in. So yeah, fuck, this'll do. Okay. So let's see. Okay. So then we have the gemstone. And then the V. So let me have a look at red here. Right. Then we want to make the gem gold green. Where's my pair? it's a bit Megazordy. I'm gonna say it's a bit Megazordy looking at it like this. Him. And you know I'm a girl, right? So kind of these gloves were a bad idea. Look at how much like glitter and crap is on my fingers from these gloves. These were a mistake. Okay. So where's the pencil gone? So we take this back down here. And then so the get the Jushin Thunder Liger eyes out of the way. Okay. And then what we want is okay. Then before I put the stitched mouth back in, let me just do the coloring. So where's the Paragon? Did I put it back in the pencil case? I did. I did. I did. So commit to 10 here so I can have lines to work with. Okay. And then, so actually, I will just add extra map lines here. Um, just to kind of keep in line with right. And then we have the paler green. Not that much paler, but it will do for this purpose. Okay, so what do you there, Meg? That is, I hope that answers your question. I'm not gonna lie, I think it's actually kind of badass. I still don't know whether Navimon's eyes go in here or Roleplaymon's or neither. If we actually like, if we've somehow ended up like in a roundabout like Super Sentai fucking Lucha Libre idea. I don't hate this. Um Let me grab something. What about the dead role? Like no Navi pupils? We could certainly try that. I think I need a bit of more room here, but I won't commit it to pen, but let's just see in general. Yeah, obviously like when this is done properly, these will be a bit larger. I probably should have done these first and then drawn around them, but whatever. Um like I probably should have gone like I'm not doing the whole thing again here, but I probably should have gone like for this one. You know, and then done the eyes around it. You know, something like that. But that was kind of what we ended up with here. So could probably color this one very quickly. Hold on. So it'd be something. It would be something like that. Like if I took the yellow and filled these in. That's kind of what you're looking at. So right now they're just this one. You like this one better? I mean, it's the same. I mean, it's the same thing, but that one's just smaller. All right. I guess I am doing this all over again, huh? All right. Hold on. So. So that's the beak of the like dragoon mask. And then we have this spike. We have a gemstone behind a V. And then we have two eyes. Bring that down. Bring that around. From there, then we do the Navimon eye shape. Make sure to keep the map lines in. Then we also want map lines here. Ah, dropped a pencil. Hold on. Ah, okay. Oh, you mean the first one? Oh. Oh, you mean this one? Or this one? Or this one? I mean, this one just let now, because of the way I've drawn this one now just looks like he's looking that way. This is good though. This is good. the less serious, well, not the less serious it looks, the better, but the more chibi-fied we're able to make it look, the better, I suppose. Um, like maybe there. I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. Jesus. Oh, okay. Oh, the other thing. Oh, hold on. You know what? The other thing is though, making it red. I forgot about something. Like making this thing red is good and all, but like he's still gonna have like these things jutting out of him. So I guess if this is going to be red, we have to make these like green. I have a different shade. I do have a different shade of green. Hello. All right. So like if the head crest thing is red, we're going to have to make the ear spikes green because otherwise that's just too much red on top of itself. Like see what I mean? I think it's just that bit too much. Um then where's my yellow gun? Ooh, noodles could be fun. I think I like the wide pupils. On the first guy, so this one, the first ear bit before the spike, make that red. Okay. Um, like that? Hmm. I have to remember these are flipped. The camera won't. This is backwards, so that's why I'm trying to keep the drawings as similar as possible. So if I have to do any recoloring, I can. I can. Okay. Well, look. Let me color this guy in, and we can finalize it. Yeah. Um. One, two, three. One, two, three. um. Sure. Um. So let me just. Okay. Um. Where's my pale green? Okay. So, um, right. Let me fill this back in. Almost forgot. Top of the head. The pale map lines. Cool. And then dark green gem. Gold V. Okay. So this okay, and then so for the side pieces bit, like should be like right this, and then like that. So similar thing then. We want to draw like a flan on the ear, then give it some 3D with a circle, and then on this side then the jut out. Okay, it's not perfect, that's fine. So what Meg was saying then, for just to make this bit red, I think we're gonna add the yellow from Navimon's initial one of these in here just to give it a bit more of a pop. And then there, like that. I really just should have gone that way to, oh well. I guess I did. Um so it's the Shin ramen. It's not perfect, but it's a yeah, it's an adult level. Technically. which K-pop demon hunter do I want to eat? You want to take photos of those packets so that's not taken out of context? Yeah, I still don't know about the mouth though. I still don't know about the mouth. Also, chat, do we are we keeping put another line in here actually. I want to give it this, I just want to keep to just this part of the Navimon face as well. Got this black line before the map lines. So could be like a ninja mask thing, you know? Actually, so so do we want to keep the Roleplaymon eyes, or swap back to the Navimon eyes? I'm gonna be honest, I kind of like the Roleplaymon eyes. But like from a purely aesthetic point of view, let me erase these ones. And add them back in here. Like from a purely aesthetic point of view, right? Ignore 2 here. Well, ignore 2 here because 3 is a more refined version of 2, right? So if I color these in, and then we commit that to pen. Roll with the roll with the Roleplaymon eyes. Okay, cool. Right, so we're going with head number 3 then. So here's the important question then: stitched mouth, yay or nay? Or do we do what Meg suggested and see what the artist can do with it? Like, will that just be Schrodinger's stitched mouth? Okay. As for which demon hunter, let me have a look at the 3 of them again. Which demon hunter would I like to eat most? Let me have a look at them again. Oh, Meg, actually, when I went to the shop earlier, um, they had a copy of the Beano, on the shelf, and the Beano, like the front on the cover of the Beano, it was like the K-pot demon hunters, like, as in kettle pot. And they were done. They had like one of the groups of kids done up like them. Yeah, I don't know, the purple. The one with the braid. I don't know. Yeah, the one with the braid. Why not? Whatever one that is. See if Reiko can make it cute rather than scary. Nice. Okay, cool. Right, so we're decided on head 3. So I gotta draw it all up one more time. I gotta draw it all up one more time so we can finalize like the body and such. So Roomy, that's the one. I hope there's roomy in my belly for these noodles. Okay. That was a bad joke, and I'm sorry. Right. Okay, so um let's have a look. Alright, so what can we do? Alright, let's so one more draw just to kind of finalize it. Okay. And we Godzilla Meg. I botched the jewel of all the things to botch. Right. Sure, whatever. Okay. So we wanted to keep the bandana and make it longer. So but we also want to have like these fantasy pauldrons. The the arrows should be in the pauldrons. Okay. Now, so far so good, I think. As much as like kind of honing down like where the design is going to land. So far so good, I think. Um then Hmm. Okay, so Booba. Right, so the bandana is going to act as sort of like this modesty panel. I will get to the arms in a moment. I've had a good idea. Just give me a second. Right? Okay. Oh, good. The browser was still on screen. Thank God I didn't search anything sus. Okay. There we go. So you guys can see what I'm doing now. So I still want, right? So the scarf is gonna act like a modesty panel, right? And then we'll have like the booba here. Then I want to navigate back to our first guy and just kind of go for like the kind of like the map. Oh yeah, no, K-pop is the Demon Hunters is everywhere. I honestly thought I honestly thought like I sound like such a parent, like, oh, it's a fad, it'll pass, you know, blah 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 blah. You know, like our parents used to say about our hobbies. Um, but I'm honestly genuinely surprised and happy for it that it's still going. That people just didn't forget about it immediately. Okay. So that's not how arms work. Okay. Let me just stick to this for a sec. Right? So we want, let me just give her a belt here. Right? This just gives me a framework to work within. Right? So new, right? Oh wait, no, that's Japanese. Uh Ramyun, like I know Shin in Japanese is new, but Korean I have no idea. Um right. Yeah, I didn't want the map lines or the magic lines, whatever we're going with for this, looking like a Spicy happiness in noodles. Oh, oh, it's an acronym. Interesting. Oh, wait, no, I think I did know that. That sounds vaguely familiar. But like I didn't want the map lines or the magic lines or however we're kind of using them for this design to look like a road workman's jacket. So I just wanted to change things around a bit. Um, so there might be other like map lines on the side, and they'll kind of go into the legs as we get them. It's written on the front of them, so you probably saw it there. Oh, maybe I did. Yeah, I was probably thinking about it too literally. Right, so if the head is there, the neck would technically be. I can erase it here, right? So the neck would be there, which means the shoulders would start here. Like, I think what I want is we're going to equip the dagger here. I say dagger is because she is going to dual wield, so uh, okay. So then what I want, like, I think, like, if there's gonna be like big, like gloves or gauntlets on that, like, I'm just thinking of like hands on her hips kind of thing. But I may need to abandon this idea because I don't think my level of artistry will let me do that in a convincing way for this final sketch. It does look like the spirit, one of the spirit armors. Yeah, oh, that's fun. I didn't even mean for that to happen. So yeah, because I have the daggers here, I've nowhere for the hands to actually sit. So I might have to. Yeah, hold on. Hold on. Oh, jeez, I'm after smacking the mic with the notebook. There we go. Okay. So like a thumb would be there, and if we're going with like these dragoon gauntlet things, like these would be spiky fingers. But I also want them to be like big white gloves, like Roleplaymon's, because again, I think they'll work better when she's chibified down. God, I wish I learned how to draw better when I was younger. Oh well, maybe I'll learn something if this is going to be my project for 2026. Maybe I'll learn something as we go. All right. Um. Okay. So now I'm worried about the legs. Honestly, I'm worried about the legs. Um. So because there's nothing like I oh yeah, and then like the dragon scale, the dragon armor scales should be like, you know, right. Um maybe some on the main body. I don't know. Well, yeah, maybe some on the main body. I don't know how to start this. I don't know how to start this. Um, shit. Um, let's see. So that's just the belt. So like the ninja costume has to continue on, right? So um, I'm just gonna go for it. We'll kind of work it out as we go. I don't care that one is thicker than the other. Um, right. Oh, not that one. Okay. So the outer line follow through. Yeah. I don't know. I won't worry too much about the directions of the map lines. That's all card subject to change. I just want to be sure they're there. And then so the big ol' we can, instead of a heel, we add a wheel. That's too far. So like if the leg is there, we want like we want to be able to see where the leg travels. So like the foot would go in there. Yeah. Like it's a monster from another dimension. It doesn't have to be human anatomy accurate, but I would still like to just for my own sense just have a sense of continuity for where everything should like sit. So yeah, she's got some big feet, I guess. But the thing I said at the start of the stream has happened with this. I do not have the capability to chibify this down. I cannot make this cuter. So that's what a real artist will be for. That's some pants. Yeah. See, on the first go, we added all of the like the dragon scale, like the dragoon armor scaling to it, kind of like on the arms. So we also need to give her some like app link cables. Right. It has pants now. Do we have those learn to draw anime books with the fake Taichi on the cover? I don't think we do. Unless you stole them from your cousin or your niece, I don't think we do. What am I doing with this? I'm overthinking the boots. That's what I'm doing. And then we want to add back in that little highlight of red that we gave it earlier. Oh, hi, Meg.
Bring noodles.
Oh, noodles.
Tasty
Yay.
noodles.
Tasty nudes.
I just heard you talking back to me about this book.
Yeah.
Saying that I stole it. I borrowed it. I bought it as a birthday present, and I didn't want it, so I borrowed it.
You borrowed it permanently. Oh yeah.
Fake Taichi there.
Oh god. Look at legally distinct Taichi.
Turn it the other way.
Yeah. Legally distinct.
He has glasses instead of goggles. You can leave it up here if you want.
You know what? Yeah.
Stuff about drawing hands and stuff in it.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm gonna commit this to pen, color it in, and then that'll be the end of it. Oh, that's really good. Yeah, that'll be very helpful actually. Also, that art style is very early Digimon as well.
Yeah.
Can I just have that back and just show the chat again? Like... Like, this art style is very early Digimon.
It's kind of given Frontier vibes.
A little?
But also the long legs, that's usually how Yamato stands, because they always stand with their hips out like this, and they have really long legs.
Yeah! Yeah, just leave it. Yeah, you just pop it on the other desk there. Right.
You can practice during work.
Yeah! Yeah, work that won't even let me, breathe.
Yeah, you can draw.
Thank you, Meg. Okay. So I think we're going to commit this to pen. I'm going to color it in. And then that'll be where we finish up. Oh no, we have to name it and give it stats and shit. So, actually, you know what? I'm tired of using my actual pen. Has to be like a gel pen or something in here I can use. Or not. Where's the black liquid ink? You know what? Never mind. This'll do. That girl is a Digimon in disguise. You mean like Fairymon and Shutumon? Right. Yeah, it works. Okay. 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 Okay then. Talk more. Sorry. No, this is not Ohanamon. This is nowhere near Ohanamon levels. Um. Okay. So. Oh fuck! I never added in the head spikes. You know what? That's fine. We can get to those in a moment. Okay. So me. Right. Head here. Then we want eyes. Put it in. Green for the gem. Gold for the V. And then we want the paler green for the map lines or the magic lines. You end up going down a more magical route with this. Okay. You know, the head looks good. I'm actually excited. So I need my deep green, no, I need this'll do. Oh no, that's gray. That's not black at all. Why do we not have a black coloring pencil? Like, why? Of all the colors. Right, fine. I'll fill it in with the pen. Fine. Okay, and then we want the deep green again for the arrows. And we want our yellow back for the bandana. For our modesty panel. Because here's the fun part, chat. Here's the bit that like I didn't really think of. Right? Oh, hold on. I never did the overlay. I never did the outline. So, um, so there is a question staring us straight in the face that I'm not sure any of us has an answer to right now. Are these boobs exposed like Mianumon's or no? Should they just be should they just be colored in as part of the jumpsuit? And then the map lines go around like the size of the bus. Cuz right now it looks like a terrifying owl. It looks like a fucking owl, which, you know, makes sense for Minerva, I suppose, but by God, it's scary. 18 plus stream. No, well, I mean, you know, kids probably shouldn't be watching us, but, you know. You okay. So if the boobs aren't to be colored the same as the jumpsuit, do we where is he gone? Do we just make them skin colored like Roleplaymon? Do we just make them skin colored? We talk about not safe for work stuff so much that in my phone, if I type the word digi, then crotch is the first suggested word. um. Skin color implies not covered. Right. So that's what I'm saying. Do we, like these white spots here, do we just make them part of the jumpsuit and cover them up? That way then maybe we can free them, quote unquote, for the next evolution. Like, do we keep it all as a jumpsuit, or do we make her, you know, or do where is she gone? Yeah, that'll fuck it, that'll do. The hell? Yeah. Or do we make her like a little titty gremlin like Navimon? Like, if the bandana is going to act as like a modesty panel, should they be skin colored? Or should we just fill them in as part of the jumpsuit? And then for the Kiwami, maybe have a bit of cleave going. Because I think either works. Look at Discord for a sec. I sent you a pic. Okay. Oh. Oh, that's a fun idea, Meg. You mind if I throw this up on screen? Eh. Hands are getting caught in my sleeves. So Meg says do this. So add So add additional map lines. Or, well, I guess with the way the coloring works out, these would be jumpsuit lines. Like that? Oh, hold on. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's roll with that. Let's roll with that. Why not? String bra. Yeah, let's roll. Let's roll with that. Why not? Um. And then do I have a? I don't have a peach coloring pencil. Yeah, I don't have a peach coloring pencil, but we'll say that's skin colored. Okay then. Right, rolling on. Uh so are they in the other case? No, it's all pens in the other case, and I was looking for a black one of these, but no dice. So I'm presuming you took that for crafting. Um, nice, nice purple or lilac or whatever. But okie dokie. So just let me just right. So the boots. Do you think with the boots, like, I can shave off at least there some of the. Yeah. Um. Then we can fill the red in here at the tip. See something fairly swiftly. Right, so they are just so the wheels actually, oh, that's cute. So the wheels actually have the navigational mark like spike on them as well. So they are uh like black wheels. But they have this like green hubcap to them almost. I think that's adorable. So yeah, we'll integrate that. Right. So I'm gonna erase the hands here for a sec. Actually amazing that this eraser takes away coloring pencil. Um because right. So that red. Um yeah, you know what? We'll just make it black. Black X. And yeah, keep the belt white. That's fine and dandy. Okay, so just need to check the browser for something. I just want some sort of reference. Hmm. I probably should have done this first, but okay. You know what? That will do nicely. Open image in new tab just so chat can see. So, just since we're going to be using the hey Corvidae, welcome back. so any decisions made? Oh yeah, we're just about done actually. Once I conquer my fear of arms, we're actually about done. So and by arms, I don't mean the hit video game for the Nintendo Switch. Okay, so even if I draw, you know what? Actually, that pose doesn't work because I don't want to have to erase all this and then color over it again. So I might just take the easy way out here. But this one I can't because I've already started the curvature. But work with me here. So yeah, this one I don't think I get a choice in the matter. It's gonna have to be um like a closed fist deal, and then you just have like the bottom of the dagger coming out. Where here it's more, and then we'll still have like the scale. We'll still have like the scales or whatever, and um. So, all right. So, sorry. I'm just so I can get my just so I can visualize. So the right. So the thumb has to come down here. Over and okay. I look. I will. I don't know. Like I'm sure I will get, if I do this more long term, I will get better at hands, I am sure. But for now, this will do. This gets the point across, and that's all an artist will really need. Just get the point across, and then they can take it from there. So we want the big. We still want the big glove though from this, right? And then we want these dragoon armor scales. That's the thumb. And then, yeah, right, sure. Fill in the rest of the cable. Just give it. There we go. Yeah. So then, fully decided to ditch the cape. Yeah, the bandana can evolve into the cape. Right. Let me just see one more thing, and then I think we are actually donezo. Since I'm borrowing this aspect from the Dogachi line, along with the lights in the feet. Oh, it's a dual-sided dagger. Okay. And then the energy beam comes out from between it. So that has a little light there. And then there's another like daggery bit behind that. And then you get your blue energy. Um You know what? I think we'll make the daggers red. I think we'll make the daggers red. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, my noodles. Um um yeah. Just from like there's meant to be depth of field in there, so yeah, you're just meant to be able to see the other side of the dagger from there. Oh my god. So You know, it looks like something my non-existent 5-year-old put together, but it's all mine. Take that, AI slop. Oh. So, um, oh yeah, because Corvidae, you weren't here. We have decided to leave out the Stitch Mouth for now. I mostly want to see if Reiko can make it cute rather than scary. Kind of like himself there. But if it ends up looking like Clockmon, we're just gonna scrap it. That's basically what it's gonna come down to. I'll just put some shading in here. We also went for a mix between Navimon's yellow eyes and Roleplaymon's just pupilless eyes. Um, Also, part of the reason I went for red daggers is because we changed the arrow horn things. We made them red with a so there's just a, like red on the belt buckle, red on the tips of the shoes, red daggers. They kind of look like little Monados, so I'm not opposed to that. Um, and then we gave it titty. So, you know, always not quite a titty gremlin like Mienumon, but we'll see how that winds up when it's brought to life properly. And could always go the Wizardmon route and hide it in the bandana. That's a fair point. Could bring the bandana up over its face. Yeah. See what we're doing. The bandana is acting like a modesty panel for the cleavage, and then we'll kind of free it as it evolves, and the cape. The bandana becomes a cape. Also missing, just because it's a front-facing shot, is the long golden ponytail. I do want to keep that idea. Also, another reason we didn't go with a cape. So let me just get a few more of these noodles into me, and then we'll see where we can fit that in. Because I do want Roleplaymon's hair to be represented. So I do like the golden ponytail idea. And oh yeah, were they sent to me directly? Oh, they were. Okay. So just for a little context on something that was said earlier, just while I'm eating. Where is my browser source gone? Why do I keep losing it? So these are the noodles we're having. So when we were talking about which demon hunter to eat, it was literally it's because of these. Okay. Let me just take one more bite of these and collect all 3 packaging, which was hilarious because the shop was selling them either individually or in packs of 5. So you still had to buy a 6th one if you wanted them all. Same flavor. Hot. Okay. Okay, so ponytail. I feel like I'm gonna cheap out on this. So bear with me here. Hmm. Oh, you know what? Maybe I don't have to. Maybe I don't have to. Like, it has to be Lady Deadpool style. So I was gonna cheap out and just have it kind of poke out the bottom here. And then it would just be up to your imagination that it kind of flows up and into the back of the head. But oh, these noodles are really emptying out my sinuses. So let me just get rid of the mons for a second. And I'm gonna shimmy my browser over here. Oh, no, that's not what I want to move. All right. So let's see. If I... So I'm guessing... Hold on. Let me have a look at the other part of that just before I make a mistake here. No. Okay. So I can just go from... Oh, I'll go from... Yeah, we'll go from this side. And then it's according to that, just bring it past the app cable. Okay, maybe I overthought this. Oh, still down through the body to here. Give it a 1, we give it a 2, we give it a 3, and then we just tidy it off. So we'll put, and then I'll do a side profile at some stage that just shows that there's like a bobbin or something here. And then we'll have the thing where if in battle this gets like severed, the ponytail sprawls out into a big old into a Gowry Gabriev sort of like long hair deal. So where is my gold gone? Gold. Oh, yellow. Will do. A go-go. Oh, right, sorry. You live down here now. It's called a. Fine, whatever. Whatever you call the accessory that keeps your hair tied up into a ponytail. A hair tie, a bobbin, a go-go, whatever you call it. That is what I mean. So we will commit it to pen, so I have lines to work with. And she is done. She is done. I don't think we could do anything else. All that's really left now. Oh wait, no! Oh no! Hold on. We are not done. We are not done. Hold on. There is one more piece to this design that I forgot about earlier, and I said I would go back and fix, and then I never did. So, uh, 9? Nope. 8? Yeah, you'll do. You're the same concept, so you will. Wait. Yeah. So, what we want to do then is. So it's like just like a little head. It's like a headphone that comes out, like a flan. You're almost drawing like a flan for the basic shape, and then a bit of curvature in here for the inside. Curvature there. Um. So and then to give it a bit of a 3D what you want there. Sure. And then what did we agree, chat? Based on these. So red at the base and then green for the actual arrow, right? Based on these. There is no tail. She's not getting a tail. So we want then just highlight in here. That should be yellow. I don't know why I use the orange. I am right. So red, then yellow. I know why I didn't use yellow, because the ponytail is behind her. Like, okay, and then what we want then is the paler green for the actual navigators. Pens down, baby! We are actually done with the drawing element of it. Holy shit. Only took us 5 hours! What the fuck? Bobby pins are used, the little metal bits you use to hold your bangs to the side, or have like 100 of for fancy wedding styles. Yeah, and I think that's where it came from in my part of the country. So, oh yeah, Corvidae, because you weren't here. We've also decided on weaponry. So we're gonna borrow the Dogachimon style swords as little ninja daggers for the super. The Kiwami is going to get like a Buster Sword kind of upgrade of it. And then the God Grade is going to go kind of bleach with like the big sword turning into like the katana. I forget the names of things. I'm getting old. But we're also bringing back the shield from Roleplaymon, because the shield has been kind of devoured in getting to this design. So we're actually going to bring the shield back for the God Grade. Oh, wrong way. Which if I do end up going with the name Athenamon for the God Grade, well, that's a good base to start from, innit? Obviously the Athena cloth won't be the overall design, but like we're off to a good start. The big old shoulder blades, you know, the chest plate, the way we won't have, I don't know, maybe the cape will become wings between Kiwami and God. I don't know yet. I haven't really sat down and looked at that element of it yet, but I just think it'd be funny if I do end up calling her Athena, and we could bring Roleplaymon's shield back into the God Grade design. So and then so I do like Questmon. You know, I do like that name, and that one has kind of really stuck with me. Um, Sorry, I just gotta eat more of these noodles before they go stone cold. Okay, so I still think navigation app makes the most sense because Navimon is the base form. And as much elements that we've given it, you know, to justify the fusion with Roleplaymon, I don't know if that upgrades it to game, you know? Also, it's a bit cheeky, but MapQuest is a thing. It's not necessarily the reference that I would go with for this, but to tie it back into being a navigation app type, MapQuest is a thing. Ah, thank you, Meg. Okay. Okay, my noodles are all done. My monster is drank. So I am out of resources. Corvid says, true, could be a game guide app of sorts, like the ones you use to make a character app or calculate something in game. So many hands! Yeah. I love our little Twitch redeems. I think they're fun. So Questmon. We've locked it in. Questmon. Oh. So let me just see something else here. Let's see. Um Yeah, I mean what we could do we could have our cake and eat it too on this. I just want to check something first off. Right. So what if App Navi yeah. And what if the attribute was game? Um Oh, now it lets me. Now it lets me? You motherfucker! Why now? Why at the end of the stream are you letting me flip it? Aw, that's a pain in the ass. Oh well. Um right. Anyway. Oh yeah. Um So then it's just a case of like power. Right? Then it's just a case of power levels. And like those technically don't mean anything in the grand scheme of things. Like Dogachimon has a power level of 7,500, while Raidramon is 12,500. You know, like, um, Mediamon is 5,800. Meanwhile, Doskomon is 11,000. Um, and Dame has like 38,000 power. So like it's all like it doesn't mean anything in the grand scheme of things. So if we take Navimon's base power, no, not the Digimon Navimon. Who has a power of 560 or 840 if like the insert feature of the ApplyDrive Duo is used. Right? So if we take a base power of 560, Ropuremon or Roleplay has a base power of 1,500 or 222 as a 7 code or 2250. Pick and choose your battles. I don't know how you work that one out. Let's go with the 1,500, right? So 1,500 plus 560 is 2,060. It's not like you can really round that off to, say, 3,000. Like, you kind of have to round it off and then double it in some cases. So if we're being generous and we round up, I mean, let's just say, fuck it, what? Let's just say 7,000. Make it a 6 or 7,000. Yeah. Oh, well done, Meg. Meg using the meme. Well done. Um. Navimon, from child to hot guy to monstrosity. Yeah, like all men. What? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Um. So. Um. Losing my voice. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, I could say 8,000 and it wouldn't matter. Like, nobody, no, like, it's not like, yeah, some of them never go to Hawkeye. Oh, that's mean. So, like, 8,000, like, oh, so your fan OC is stronger than Haru? Well, yeah, but it's also less powerful than Ray, and probably weaker than Doskumon, but stronger than Mediamon. I don't know what to tell you. It's power level does not matter. Hell, I could put it over 9,000 and it would make as much sense. And I'm not doing that because that meme is played out. If I put it as like 9,001, yeah, no. So 8,008. You know what? That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, let's just say 8,000. Why not? I'm not doing boob though. Even like that's funny, but no. Right, so let's just say 8,000. Um, I was kind of like Reiko ran into some trouble at home, just like with the, it's not my business to tell, but um, basically Reiko's not living at home while some work is being done to renovate the house. So it's the TLDR. The rest, the internals are not my story to tell. But I should have had the app drive art by now otherwise, because I really wanted to go like full throttle on this with like an apply drive question. Um so I might do that once I have the apply drive artwork. Although guys, I spent far too long trying to come up with a thumbnail for this stream. I made 5 different thumbnails for this stream. I made this one. I made this one. This one. Um, this one. And this one. And I'm still not sure if I've picked the right ones, the right one to use for the, the thumbnail for when the VOD goes live. So I think I had one as the thumbnail for the stream, and then yeah, this one for the intro. And I'm still like, do I want to swap them out? I don't know. YouTube has a feature where it lets you test thumbnails, but I don't think you can do that with VODs post stream, which is kind of a shame. You can't even do it like while the live stream is live, to my knowledge. Right, okay, yeah, attack names. All right, let's have a look then. What are we? Okay. Um so let's see then. I'm gonna have to bring up Roleplaymon on a new tab, I think. So Roleplaymon only has 2 attacks: Holy Sword and Brave Shield. Navimon has 4. Arrow Missile, Shock Attack Marker, Navigation Arrow, or Navimon Ninja Arts Shadowbind. So Quest Saber. That's cute, actually. Rogue Knife. I mean, Rogue Knife would fit into the ninja aspect more than the Dragoon aspect. Also, why is... Hold on, let me fix that. Why did that end up so high? Okay, there we go. Hmm. Ara arrow. No. No, not no. This one is not an ara. Um maybe the next one, but not this one. This one is not an ara. So you're stealing that for a future one? Fair enough. Um well, Athena is known for using a bow and arrow, right? So maybe. I heard my whistle from all the way downstairs. Funny. Um a Dragon Claw is a bit I don't know. It's a bit like, I mean, Digimon isn't exactly the most it isn't exactly the most what I'm looking for. Obtuse franchise. I get not obtuse, but somewhere in there. It's a bit, yeah, too on the nose, I think. I think it's a bit too on the nose. Like, I appreciate it, but I think it's a bit too on the nose. I might techie out these boots a bit later, actually. I don't know. They're looking a bit plain, but maybe some full art will resolve that. They'll look better. It probably is. Like, Dragon Claw is one of those that, like, something else probably does have it. Some sort of dragon Digimon, not named Wargreymon. Um, so the daggers and then I guess some ninja arts to kind of keep that going. Like I do want to like if I wanted to lean really into the dragoon thing more, I'd have probably given her like a pole arm or a staff or a spear. But I wanted to like the original idea I did have for this was to give her the wheels should work like for speed. Keep it, yeah, the wheels would work in for speed or rush attacks. So so rolling kick. Okay, Meg, I'll meet you on that one. I'll meet you on that one. Um, right. Bear with me here, right? Rolling kick, right? Um, hurtles self at enemies before launching. You can probably see where I'm going with this. Into air and no, for a powerful flying kick. It's a rider kick. It's a rider kick. So hurtle yourself at the enemy, leap into the air, rider kick. Kind of like Justimon's. The spinning bird kick is taken. Doing actual doodles for attacks is something. Like, that's the whole point of this whole exercise, is to be able to try and visualize everything. So I'll go with rolling kick for the secondary attack. We might work with spinning Todger! God damn it, who let Tora in here? Oh god, now I want to give her double spinning edge. Now I want to give her double spinning edge. Thanks, Meg. What sort of ninja arts? Stealth cloak, hiding in shadows, summon shuriken or kunai. Yeah, I mean, my thoughts on these energy daggers were basically that they'd be like kunai. You know, so they'd be close range. You know, so that was my original thought, that they would be like kunai. So they're not. That's why they're not oversized. They're not like Master Sword size, like where the blade is, you know, all the way over here. I wanted them shorter for close combat. Don't forget backslash. maybe for the next one with the bigger sword. Maybe for the next one. Be a fun little reference. Actually, okay. Sorry, I got thinking of Nia from Xenoblade because she dual wields. I was like, ooh, okay, maybe there's something there I could, you know, pilfer from. Like Jaguar Slash or Butterfly Blade. And I'm gonna be honest, I do like the idea. I do like the attack Butterfly Blade because Digimon. Also, because ninja, it should have one of those things where it should have like one of those things that like Tuarmon can do, where it has that ninja art where it turns into a scarecrow and just, you know, reappears. I'm thinking something more like Bayonetta, where when you use Witch Time, like at the very, very, very last moment, she turns into a bunch of bats and comes back, or butterflies, and comes back together. So, you know, I feel like any good ninja should have something like that. Tomorrow is opposite day. It is, because tomorrow is Sunday, and that is the opposite of Monday, because it means I don't have to work. Monday is a horrible, horrible day. Why hasn't there been a Ninja Butterfly Digimon, right? Maybe that'll be my next creative endeavor. So for Navimon, navigation arrow throws a marker on the enemy. Once the marker is on the enemy, shoots missiles that can track them. So we could have some variation of that. And then the Navimon Ninja Arts Shadowbind throws a marker at the enemy shadow, stopping their movements. Which I think is a fairly decent attack. Hoodimon and Tuarmon Jogress? Lol. Quest Marker is a fun one, actually, Corvidae. Quest Marker is actually really fun. I feel like it would work similar to the Navimon Shadowbind. Or maybe the Navi arrow, where like it follows you on your quest and hurts you later, kind of thing. I think Quest Marker is actually a very good, like, that's a very on the nose. That's a very on the nose, like, yeah, no, I like that because that plays into the JRPG elements of the Mon. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Quest Marker. Quest Marker's really fun. That's a really fun name. Quest Saber was pretty good, but the swords aren't long enough to be sabers. You know? It's like a blue shell in the shadows, right? Let's go with that. Let's go with Quest Marker. That's inspired. I love that. All right, Quest Marker. Same thing. I know what you meant. Right. Okay. Okay. Throws a marker at the enemy once the marker has locked on. Okay. So do we basically just borrow from the navigation arrow? Because this... A party buff? I don't know about a buff. I don't know if a buff is... I mean, healing arts probably isn't a bad thing, but I don't want to overload it. I'm thinking 3 attacks at most. but should quest marker lock on and prevent movement, or should it do more damage? I don't know. Upon reaching a destination, really lean into the RPG stuff. Give her healing when she's more of a goddess. Yeah, that's fair. That is more of a late. Yeah, that's a later stage thing. Um. Hmm. So this is a blue shell thing. Yeah, yeah. So quest marker will be a blue shell thing. That's bum 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 dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Um. Oh. Yeah. It broadcasts their location for a surprise attack. Um, what about it weakens the enemy's attack, slows movement, or weakens defense? Like it locks onto the enemy. It locks the enemy into being in a boss battle. Ooh. Yeah, see, I was thinking along those lines, but I wasn't sure how to. It just, that feels a little OP for a super, you know. I feel like something like that would be great for the Kiwami, but I feel like then again. Oh, hold on. What if? Okay, hold on, hold on. What if? Scratch this, right? Scratch this. Once the marker has locked on, it prevents the enemy from escaping battle? See, yeah, see, it prevents the enemy from escaping battle. Locking it into a boss fight. Locking the enemy into a boss fight. I'm I'm not sure. There's a really good idea here for this attack, and I'm okay. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Even if it's just like, even if it's something similar, like if we're using it to lean into the JRPG thing, maybe even just something like, and maybe that's all this is, but you know, something where like it, in JRPG terms, it would cast um taunt and haste at the same time or something, you know? Or like even if we're not thinking about future stages for her, it could be more of a like, if we go back to the first idea of like it broadcasts the enemy location, that just basically means like Questmon can track it and then like do proper mercenary stuff like attacking later, surprise attack. So it's basically like a Batman tracker. I don't. Okay. Let's just scratch all of that. And we go again. Throws a marker at the enemy once the marker has locked on. The enemy is haunted and cannot flee. There. How about that? Throws a marker at the enemy. Once the marker has locked on, the enemy is taunted and cannot flee. So defeating Questmon basic is the enemy's mission. Like that's the like if we're thinking about it like quests on a JRPG map or the next location you have to go to progress the game, then oh heavens, the attack for the god level especially was an arena lockdown. Enemy can't escape an energy field or something like a fate. Oh yeah, I was really thinking something like the I was thinking something like the Bravely Default battle arenas for the god grade. The monster of the week stuff. Right, exactly. Uh I love so I know that's not like what was intended, but I love that Desmond's like, I threw markers too as a kid, and Corfitay's just like, that sounds right. Like I know it didn't mean to come out that way. It's just whatever way the messages come in, but by God, if someone came in at the wrong moment, that just reads like Corviday is just burning Desmond for no reason. Oh, okay. Um all right, one more. And I feel like this has to be more ninja arty, right? So let's see then. Oh, that is fully chat's fault. Oh no, exactly. Like it's totally chat's fault, but it's funny as hell. All right. So the third attack then. Uh. Quest marker, rolling kick. I feel like it has to be a ninja art, right? It has to be some sort of like. It would also be a good utility skill. Either track the enemy for later or force a fight. Right, yeah. I got hit by a chat marker. So let's see here. Let me have a look at different ninja Digimon. So let's start with Tuarmon. So Tuarmon has Mantis Dance, transforms the Mantis arm while whirling violently like it was dancing. Alright, so that could be something like the Butterfly Blade attack we were talking about earlier. Like, Questmon puts its daggers together and just spins violently, right? That's an idea. Smoke and Boogie, or Smokescreen Ditch as it was translated. Shoots out rainbow-colored fumes and shells in all directions, damaging the opponent while keeping itself hidden. That's not a bad shout. Ninjas need their smoke screens. Mantis Arm, or Scythe Spinner. Ninja Arts, Fujin's Waves, Powerful Wind. Digi Ninja Art, so aptly Ninja Art. In this case, Hermit Restoration. Using talismans, it undoes a seal. Digi Ninja Art Body Replacement Technique. I feel like these are all just basic skills it should have that aren't necessarily attacks. Spider Bind creates a spider web to capture its target. That's fun. Furoshiki Wrapping traps the opponent in wrapping cloth. Or Body Dodging Technique moves at high speeds enough to look as if it was teleporting. I feel like those are all just general ninja stuff. They shouldn't be attacks, so to speak. Shadow Cloak or Shadow Step. Yeah, that might be... That might be... Alright, let me have a look at Igamon for a second. What do you do again? Iga-style Shuriken Throw. Okay. Throws one or more large shuriken at the enemy. Okay, Yuffie. Iga-style Sword Draw skill. Mysterious Clone skill. Creates up to 11 clones of itself. Oh god. Dancing Leaves. Spins around and creates a tornado of leaves that surround the foe. Fire Waltz Sword. Empowers its sword with Gabumon's petite... Oh, okay, that's very specific to the anime. Slashes, or Shadow Slash. Just slashes the opponent with lightning speed. Okay, like there's nothing insane here. What about... I know... Let's see. Shurimon. Samurai of Sincerity, my whole. You're a ninja. Momiji Oroshi, or Autumn Leaf Wind, spins the shurikens at the tips of its extendable limbs to attack the enemy. Kusanagi. Yuffie Kusanagi. Yeah, okay. Throws the big shuriken on its back at the opponent from high in the air. Noten Saka Otoshi, Cranium Hill Drop. Holds the opponent as they both plunge headfirst. Oh, okay. God, that's the Iga drop. Okay, fair enough. Bungee jump. Okay. Leaf concealment transforms into a hurricane of sharp leaves, disappearing and reappearing like a ninja. Or tendril jump. Yeah, we don't have tendrils. We can't do that one. Doppelganger for the replacement skill. That could also be a nod to magic if you make the replacement skill a full-blown illusion. That's not awful. I like that idea. Yeah, maybe we'll go with the doppelganger thing. Like that's a proper like ninja, like that's a thing. So the video blacked out? What? Did it? Meg? It didn't die. Stream is still going on this side. Weird. Okay. Well, look, we're nearly done anyway. That could be an omen to like wrap up because it's been like 6 hours. Unsure. It really depends on what I fuse with, kind of what ideas come to mind, or what I feel like works in tandem with making use of both Questmon and the super that it fuses with. What like so I'll have a while to think about that because I won't really be doing part 2 of this endeavor until I get the full art for this one. So let's go with Aptly Ninja Art Doppelganger. Self-explanatory, I feel. There's a few. Honestly, there's a few. Miennomon is actually one I have in mind. Oh, Doskomon I think is a bit. I'm torn. Coachmon, I'm interested in. I think. Tellermon is kind of. I'm like, oh, okay. Ninja fortune telling. I think there's something fun, but I also don't want to just fuse with 7 codes all the time. So Tellermon I have to kind of write off because I don't want the second fusion to also be a repurposed 7 code. So I have a couple of ideas, but it's really just kind of seeing what works best with this. I wanted to have this done before I committed to something else, and we have a good framework here for me to really kind of do some more investigation into like or study up on what would be what I feel would suit me best. That said, I probably will use Beautymon as the Kiwami. That said, I probably will use Beautymon as the, but again, card subject to change. It really depends on the design that we come up with, fusing this with another super. But okay, and you know what? Fine, we'll do one more. We'll do one more. One more attack, and then we get out of here. And I think it has to be Butterfly Blade. you know, bins aggressively into target to deal damage. So when I do up like the proper character sheet for this, obviously I'll reorder the, like, realistically, in terms of like it's like it would probably be like butterfly blade, then rolling kick, quest marker, and then doppelganger. Just in terms of like primary attack, and then go down the road. And then anything else is if I ever decided to do like if I ever decided to do like a fanfic like I was doing there last year. And I kind of stopped because I didn't really think people were into it. So I was like, you know, maybe I'll come back to it later. But if I got enough inspiration out of this, maybe I could even do like one shots, and then I could expand upon things like for quote unquote lore as we go. But otherwise, I think we're in a good spot to finish up here. Then I'll just put doppelganger on the attack sheet. Create multiple copies of self to confuse enemies. All right. So that is it. We are donezo. This took a bit longer than I thought it would, but I'm glad. I'm glad we were able to do it. I'm happy with the design we ended up on. The retooling the face, I think, really informed a lot of how we redid the body. Like, it's almost like it's not like it's night and day, but if we look at where we started with like this version of her compared to like a lot of the design carried over, but I think we were able to tighten it up a lot. I think we were able to, I feel like we were able to kind of look at realistically what works and what doesn't. Are we going out in the snow? It is not snowing here, so thankfully we don't have to worry about that. But to anybody who is or has to travel in the snow, if it is snowing in your area, please be careful and do look after yourselves. And I think like it's come out like a wild long way from like this version of the design that I was toying with off screen. And even these, like I thought we'd end up using this. I genuinely thought we would end up using this. But I'm actually very happy at where we ended up. I'm very happy with this and where we ended up. So thank you to like everybody who joined in for this stream and kind of gave ideas and gave references to look at, things like that. It's going to be painful to try and explain a lot of this to Reiko. But hopefully when we come back around to doing these, I will have the Apply Drive art that I commissioned, and then we can do my Apply Drive question. I already know what that question is, but I wanted to have the artwork because part of one of the variants of the artwork that I was going to get was, like on the show, have the question on the screen, and it would just be a fun bit of lore building for like this project, I suppose. So guys, enjoy the rest of your night. Please do look after yourselves. Safe travels if you have to go out into any bad weather. Myself and Meg will be here tomorrow night for episode 16 of Digimon Beat Break, so please look forward to that. And yeah, I'm really grateful for you all. Thanks for hanging out tonight. I appreciate every single one of you. And yeah, no, thank you for helping me bring Questmon to life. I really do. I really do appreciate it. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, depending on where in the world you've been watching this from. My name is Ashley, and I bid you adieu. Bye. Oh, I'm frozen. Bye. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye. How do I get out of here?
Mo 忘れられないこの経験のおかげで別人この成長 Baby look at me I'm a fighter もう壊れないこれからは騙されやしないお前のおかげで別人この成長